playing today is Luca Blackwing. He's he's a magus profile, which is kind of like dabbling in mysticism, and he's a traveler around Europe.
Excellent. It sounds like we had a false start anyways. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know what was going on. My browser was sitting there still spinning. So yeah, we're just going to hop into it straight in the middle. Maybe I'll just have to reread that little message at the end.
Yeah, that was a really good message.
I don't want to waste that. It needs to go out there.
I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Welcome everybody. Like I said, this is TreasureQuest. As you just heard Phillip describing it, this is called The Jewels of the Old Guard. Very excited to be here this evening running this. And yeah, usual content warning, language, foul language even, and mature subject matter, immature language, things of that nature, yada yada. Yeah. We said congratulations to Steve Sr. on his retirement. I'm sure he'll touch on that in just a moment. And then congratulated Phillip for being a daddy. He just crossed that milestone. So excited stuff.
Yeah, they're twins, by the way. That's probably relevant. Yeah.
I was thinking about that. I was like, you doubled up. You were like,
Yeah,
you know
man.
what? Let's just go for it.
Yeah. Two at once. That's great. Overachiever.
Yep. Well, again, it's twice the work, but it's also, twice the affection and the love and all that kind of stuff. So it's good.
Yeah, that's what
I'm sure.
I'm telling myself.
Twice the tax credit.
That's
there
true.
you go.
That is true. That's very real.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
We lost Jackson. This game is off to a great start. All right. We're going to go right back into Phillip's. Was there anything else you wanted to say about TreasureQuest before we get started? I guess the people can't even really see you right now. Hang on.
No, hopefully, someday it'll be released for everyone to play. Otherwise, if you know me, contact me and I'll give you the Google Drive link.
I highly recommend it. It's again, like the changes that you've made to it are really, really cool. I'm very excited to be able to show. All right. Hopefully Jackson will return here in just a moment. Who do we have? Let's see, Baron, why don't you go ahead?
Hello, everyone. I am Baron. I really only played D&D on this channel lately, which is fine with me. I was here last Friday. I think I was here the Friday before that too. I'm playing Humphrey Van Wild, a English book reviewer, socialite, overall kind of people person. But I've spent like the last probably year and a half kind of imprisoned against my will on a sailing vessel. So my life has been kind of forever altered. And in my time on this vessel, I learned of kind of the events going on with the Nazi Party and what's going on with the group here today. And well, my interest is piqued.
Excellent. Oh, looks like we got Jackson coming back in. Excellent.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, apologies.
It's gonna be one of those
Internet
games.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, my
Forces.
thing is
The forces
freaking
that
out.
be heard your speech and we're just
Yeah,
like,
right?
stop. He must be silenced.
It's the Nazis. They found us. All right. So it's maybe. Stick around, folks. We're professionals here.
You would think we've never done this before.
Steve, why don't you go next?
Oh, it's me and not
Steve,
Senior.
Steve the second.
Right. So I'm the lesser Steve, or Steve the lesser, or
No,
however
you're
it
like
works
the
out,
newer
right?
Steve.
Yes, relatively speaking. 30 years newer than the older model. Not very many improvements were made.
No, but it's still the newer and improved model.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. I've gotten to play this system once before. Loved it then. Liked the changes. Excited to see how it flows. So super excited. Also, might have spent yesterday evening working up a story to run using the system. So yeah, that'd be fun. I will be playing Clint Steele, Hollywood darling, movie star, action star, but really Agent Steele for the U.S. government, using his movie contacts and filming locations as his reason to get around and punch Nazis and other people who need to be punched, often and hard. I punch things for the U.S.
That's
Their
incredible.
faces, not the U.S. The people I punch. But I'm on this channel a lot because I am one of the lucky people like Baron who get to be here a lot. And I will definitely say that you should come check out other stuff on this channel if you just happen to stumble across this because you were like, oh man, let me just type in Jules and Guard in YouTube and see what comes up. You're weird if you did that, but we appreciate it.
I don't even want to know what kind of pictures we're next to with Jules Guard. No thanks.
Someone
jockstrap,
trying to be a
jockstrap.
bodyguard for the singer? don't know.
Who knows? All right. Next up, we have Jackson.
Well, hello there. I'm coming to you live from from an internet connection reminiscent of the 40s. So we're really getting into character now. Hello, my name is Jackson Johnson. I sometimes make D&D content online. I have a podcast called Maelstrom. You can find it on pretty much any streaming site except Spotify. I am just really excited to be here. I love me some pulpy adventure, and I'm really excited to beat the snot out of some fascists and save the day from the Jerrys. Tonight, I will be playing Rexelton Mars, British intelligence, works with MI5, MI6, suave, debonair, yet ready to throw down when needs be, a British agent. Sent over to help this rugged gang in the name of Queen and Country, or King and Country, excuse me. This is the 40s. And yeah, I'm an ace contact, so I can throw down, but I also know a thing or two. And I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's get pulpy.
Just like orange juice. All right. Yeah. Last but certainly not least, we have Steve Sr. You're muted currently.
Yeah. No, I'm
there you
go. I'm Steve Senior. The Agent Steele over there is the modified and improved version. I've been playing tabletop role-playing games about 42 years now. So yes, I am a grognard. Yes, I am an old man, and I don't mind being called those things because they're true. Just don't make up stories about me. This is actually a gift to me from Jeremy because I have sat and watched many of his gaming sessions. I thoroughly enjoy him as a game master, and I have been dying for an opportunity to play in one of his games. But considering I've been a registered nurse I've been was in nursing for over 50 years. And I worked nights and I worked holidays and I worked everything else under the sun. It was very difficult for me to get in. So now that I'm retired, you're going to see me posting on everybody's site. Yeah, I want to play. Yeah, I want to play. I am playing Thomas Two Hawks McGregor. He is mostly Cherokee Indian. There's about 7/8 Cherokee Indian. The McGregor name is actually his. He's 1/8 and is currently the heir to be laird of the McGregor clan. He is a scholar. He specializes in, strangely enough, pre-Napoleonic Empire French documentation and history. And he doesn't know why he's here. He's not a spy. He's not a gangbuster. He's busy dodging being deported to a work camp someplace with a lot of these other people. So he doesn't like the Germans very much. And all he wants to do is get back to the United States before they get involved in the war, because he'll enlist again.
That's incredible. Welcome, Steve, to the channel. I'm super happy that you're here. I'm glad to be running a game for you, and I mean, I'm super stoked that you got to retire. That's fucking huge.
It took long enough.
No kidding. Oh man. Cool. I touched on the fact that nobody can hold my feet to the fire about this being historically accurate. I did some research, but I mean, you know, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But hopefully it's historic enough.
A question real quick, Jeremy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You had, when you gave your little speech at the beginning of it, which you need to repeat, by the way, because that was over the top excellent. You said,
thank you.
You mentioned the war, the years of the war. This is prior to the United States getting in, because that's not till 1942.
Oh, well,
okay.
Yeah. So
they don't get into the war till after Pearl Harbor, but the German occupation, the Vichy French, is still in power. So where exactly during that regime are we?
Yeah, this game is going to begin in 1943.
So the U.S. is in the war already. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. So I think, unless anybody has any further questions, then I think we can get into this. Everybody ready? Let's go. Avignon, France. Fall 1943. Lit only by lantern light, we see the base of the museum's stairs. Nazi soldiers loading one last crate into the back of a covered truck and sending it on its way. The screen wipes to the early morning of southeastern France. The coast stretches along before us as we hear the purring engines of two Vickers wildebeests that roar into view. Our team of explorers, nearing the end of their 170-mile journey from Girona, Spain, are, however, not alone in the skies. Two German planes of the Luftwaffe fall into formation behind them. Messer 109s. The five of you are split between the two biplanes. Three of you in one and two in the other. The two Messerschmitt Bf 109s have just made you and are firing warning shots over your wings. Please tell me which of you is in which plane and what you plan on doing.
I'm in the best plane, and I'm flying it. This is the thing I do. I learned it on the set some years back, and the government saw fit to train me, and I learned it with my brain.
Well, I think I would like to be on that one too.
That's a good place for you. I'll keep you safe. Look out.
I didn't hear anybody else saying they know how to fly plane.
It's easy. You stay in the air. Don't hit the ground, except with the wheels when you're done.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's how it works. But yeah, so I would like to, when we get to it, kind of flip a Yui upside down spin myself over, and I'm gonna dogfight me a kraut in his face with some bullets. They're like fists at a distance.
I don't want to be on this plane anymore. I'm gonna go on that one.
He says as the plane like inverts. I have the feeling that Clint is the kind of person that literally is saying his entire plan and describing everything that he's doing while he's actually doing it.
Right. Especially at dinner. This is my steak, and I'm cutting it.
Okay. So it sounds like we need to get a roll from Agent Clint Steele. All right, so let's see. You are, you said you're an ace, right?
So I'm an ace bruiser.
Bruiser, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have anything that would apply to flying this plane?
I actually do. So I have the what do you call them, Philip? Are they the general profiles? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I have the general profile for pilot.
Okay, perfect. Cool, cool. And that lets
Or
you...
I guess those are the specific ones are features. So you have general features or profile features, and the profile features would be whatever that profile is, bruiser, ace.
Okay. Cool.
Gotcha. All right.
So
So,
the
I
pilot-
have the feature of the general profile pilot
Exactly.
Okay.
with you, sir.
And it gives you an extra die, right?
It does. It gives me an extra die when piloting an air vehicle. I also, for whatever it's worth, have danger sense. But that says when we're making a reflex save. And then I'm trying to see if I have anything. I just dropped my dice.
So you can use on each, so there are two types of tests, obstacles or opponents. This seems like it's going to be an obstacle. Obstacles are rolled against a target value. That target value can either be individual or group number. So it's from 1 to 10, that target value. And for each die that you roll and you get to equal or less than the aptitude that you are rolling with, so either cunning, grit, knowledge, mysticism, or renown, each roll of equal to or less is a success, and so that success goes towards the target value. If you do not meet the target value, you take a stress for each amount that you are lower than the target value. And if everyone participates and it's a high value and we all miss, then we all take that amount of stress. If you get over the target value, you can reduce your stress. Or if there is an opponent in the encounter as well as an obstacle, then you can count that additional successes as stress dealt to the opponents. So opponents will roll to deal stress to you, and you can roll to deal stress to the opponents. So there's in an encounter potentially an obstacle that has a target value that you roll against, and opponents that you would deal stress to directly, and they roll to deal stress to you. Sorry, did that make sense? Was that a good enough synopsis? Okay, cool. And so for every roll that you make, you can use one piece of equipment and one profile feature. So you can't stack multiple profile features, just one.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. Okay, so you're using the profile feature of pilot. And then do you have any kind of equipment that would necessarily help in this situation? Not necessarily.
The only thing I have is my lucky charm, but
okay.
I just don't think I need that yet.
Oh, and your profile features give you one automatic success towards that target rather than giving you an additional die. So
So you
equipment
could use
gives you
2?
an additional die, and the profile feature, if you can use that and apply, it's an automatic one success towards that pool.
Okay. So you can use 2 different features as long as they're not giving the same kind of bonus.
Oh, no, you
effectively?
can still only use one feature, but it gives you like
Oh, I
an
see.
automatic success towards it. So, if the target value is 3 to do this maneuver that you'd like to perform, your pilot gives you one automatic success. You could roll 1 die, and then you would want to try to use a piece of equipment or have someone else help you complete this maneuver to reach the target value of 3.
Okay, so all target values over 2 would essentially require the use of a piece of equipment or another person to help you.
Exactly.
Understood.
And so the scale of 1 to 10, like you're definitely required to do teamwork for those higher target values.
10, you basically need like a baseball team with you,
Yes.
flying a plane.
Yes.
That's gotta be like a Marx Brothers movie, I'm
It's
sure.
probably, but yeah, that's hard for everyone to contribute.
I don't know. Do you have
Okay.
a co-pilot?
I
Yeah, it
do,
sounded
but you
like it-
seem very.
yeah.
We had a third person on this plane, and it wasn't me.
And that really nervous person in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, there could be a third person on this plane. I
Yeah.
don't know.
These do have 3 seats each. The seat designation essentially is in the very front. You have a nose gunner. The center seat is the pilot, and the rear seat is a rear gunner.
Well, if there's no volunteers, then we'll just take it. Oh, 2 Ox, you're gonna be in this one?
Okay.
All right, that's fine.
So, with him
I got the
pulling this
bookmarks.
kind of loop-de-loop maneuver, I guess that's going to put 2 Hawks in the front gunner position. Okay. All right, 2 Hawks, is there anything that you can bring to help this out, to kind of roll together?
Hang on. Look at paperwork. I don't think so.
His winning charm.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
It could be, your knowledge of airstreams if you know some like sort of physics or thermodynamics that could help, or I'm
Or
not
if you
sure
have like
what.
the firearms.
Soft sciences. He's a historian. So, nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
The only thing I got that I can see is, hang on, let me get it back where I was looking at it. I'm still getting used to all these screens at one time.
Use that history degree to understand that, those planes are advanced and they are gaining on us.
Her. Wait a minute. Where'd he go? I don't think either one of those work. Nope. Well trained is athletics. So now all I'm going to do is shoot blindly.
Okay, so you'll still be able to bring your guaranteed die, the 1 die that you're going to be... At least the 1 die that you're going to be able to bring just kind of as the basic starter one that everybody would get. So,
yeah. So I got what?
So we'll get the roll in just a second. Is there anything that Humphrey is going to be able to add to this? That you're all kind of in one plane.
Urine.
I
one
can't
plane.
really add anything. I'm going to be completely honest.
Okay.
I can just shoot blindly from the rear gunner seat.
Okay. Well, that'll bring at least
I
again
have
a single die.
absolutely
Okay. So this is a 3 success kind of situation. This is not an easy maneuver to pull off. It's definitely going to require some knowledge. So 2 Hawks and Humphrey, both of you will roll your single dice, and you're looking for. We're going to do grit on this.
Okay. So like, I'm trying to get lower than my score or higher than my score. Does my score not matter?
Lower or equal then, or equal to.
Yeah,
rather.
equal to or lower is a
Equal to or lower.
success.
I failed.
Ooh, okay. Okay. How did you do, Two Hawks?
Oh, lower than or equal to, and you said we're using grit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope,
Uh-oh.
not me either.
Okay.
You guys
And
are
that's
rolling
what it-
D12s and not D20s, right? I just want
Oh,
to
yeah.
make sure.
I'm rolling a D12 with a 10 grit, and I still couldn't get it.
10 grit. Wow.
All right. So
Jinkies.
we've got Agent Steele here rolling 2 dice.
No, he has 1 automatic success and rolling 1 die.
Oh, the pilot gives you 1 automatic success?
Exactly. The
Okay.
features are 1 automatic success. and
Oh,
then
all of the
equipment
features
is-
are.
All of the features
But
are.
couldn't we-
that.
Couldn't we spend 5 stress to get a pulp
Yeah, you
and
can
automatically
spend-
succeed
um,
it?
That's true.
Well, also, that's something that I just forgot about. Each of you is going to start with a pulp point, at least one. So if you want
I'll
to
burn
choose
mine.
to
I'm
use
gonna
it,
burn
okay.
mine. I'll save
And it's an
everybody.
automatic
wait,
success,
wait. Do you have the feature
Oh,
that
I
would
can't
grant
burn-
you an
I
automatic
can't-
success in this
I can't.
case?
No.
All right, so that's not your
That's
action
what I
star,
call.
man. This isn't your scene, bro.
It's okay. You
I
sit
like
back
to
there and read your words.
I like to imagine like this is all taking place where you guys are like dive bombing around going, okay, what do we have while I'm doing this? Absolutely nothing.
Classic
wrenches
character
falling out.
Introduction, just like I'm useless right here.
They're like, a wrench? I have a wrench. I have this book
Throws
on
a wrench
Napoleon."
and it just like
I have a book, an ID, my jeweler's lens, because I know what we're looking for. But no, nothing to shoot plane.
Shh, shh, shh. It's okay. I've done this before.
shake over like high winds and the
Are you flirting
hundreds
with
of
me, or are you gonna kill them?
Yeah, you do remember the picture of the Vickers, right? This is an open
What?
cockpit, fellas.
Why not both? So I will actually go ahead and spend my pulp point to automatically succeed a simple or difficult pilot test.
Okay, absolutely. So yeah, you kind of just flip this thing over, and yep, Two Hawks is able to light up with that first gun, and it kind of. Okay, so with an automatic success like that, Phillip, does that convert stress to an opponent?
So if it's a target value and that's an
Mhm.
obstacle, that just means that they overcome the obstacle. No
No.
there's
Okay.
no overdue. It's just meeting the threshold
just met
when
it.
it's an
Okay.
automatic.
Cool.
Yeah.
So can I
So-
also roll my die to try and get another success to go over it? Because otherwise,
No, because you're already using your profile feature. Oh, so you want to just roll 1 die to get
Right.
over it?
yeah,
Right.
roll 1 die.
Just to see if you can get
I think
overage.
the intent is like if you are doing the automatic success, it could be like a target value of 6 and you would automatically succeed. So I don't think that you should be able to. I mean, that's up to Jeremy though.
I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it in this case.
All right.
So roll it, and see how it does for you.
So I will succeed on my grit, unless you want
Okay.
cunning for me.
No. Grit
Okay.
is
Yeah. So
great.
so I choke up on the stick and just like
And I
Alright.
kick out the window, which is the reason why I can't hit.
it's okay, boys. I got this.
So yeah, the gun is firing, and it's kind of and it kind of like goes. You see the tracer rounds every few shots or whatever, kind of just arc
Okay.
over the nose of the plane, and that last shot just makes that kind of solid report that that it struck metal. Okay, that was plane number 1. What's going on plane number 2?
I imagine in in plane number 2, I imagine probably not piloting this thing, sitting in the back near the gunner's deck. We see this debonair, handsome British man with like a pencil mustache, clear blue eyes under these thick like pilot's goggles, and he's wearing like that classic pilot's jacket with the big poofy collar, and his hair is just flapping in the wind, yet it is somehow like perfectly gelled straight because it's a pulp adventure. And he's just like reading a book, and then we just hear that behind, and we just hear that like the firing of the guns, and he looks back and sees like Clint just like going ham on the steering, and then he just leans up to Luca and just goes, "Leave it to the bloody movie star to hog the limelight. So much for a subtle entrance. Luca, be a lamb and get us over that Jerry plane. I'd like to take a few pot shots." And he's gonna like jump back and like get on the gun, and I'd like to do a daring heroics maneuver where I would like to make a test to kind of help Clint and the rest of the gang out.
Okay, so instead of going in engaging the second one, you're going to try to engage the first one that they just damaged to try to peel them off from the attack from Steele's plane. Perfect.
Indeed.
Okay, cool. So
Easy
that's
for
going to
you
be
to say, I don't know how to fly a bloody plane. And I'll just yeah.
It's just like riding a boat. It's just like riding a bicycle, old chum.
I've got my one die.
okay. All right, so this is not as difficult as flipping the plane upside down in shooting. This is merely just making sure that you can get a shot lined up so that you can actually hit. But I mean, these are Nazi pilots. They're known for their maneuverability and their danger in the sky. So this is going to be a challenge of 2.
Okay.
So it sounds like you have an automatic success because of your feature. But each of you roll that other die, and we'll see if we can get some extra damage on this fellow.
Heck yeah.
I'm gonna. So, do you want to tell us what aptitude to roll for?
Oh yes,
or
I'm
should
sorry. Grit again.
Grit again.
Grit? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I met my grit equal.
This is
So that is a
success.
success. I failed.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the 2 successes that you needed. So even though you didn't necessarily put any more stress upon
I'm
this,
like the plane is
Yeah.
totally wavering, but you're getting your shot off, even though
I'm like staring through the scopes going, "Steady, old boy, steady." I said steady.
When I told you I was a driver, I meant caravans, not planes.
Perfect. Okay, so we've now had a turn from the heroes. It is now going to be the turn for the 2 Messer pilots. They come screaming back into formation. The one that had not been deterred whatsoever is already on target and has turned with very little effort to follow Luca's pathing with this plane. And as he does so, you hear the whine of his engine as he kind of pitches downward, and then you hear that as these bullets begin raining down towards you. So, he's going to test his own grit. He has 1. He does have pilot as well. So he'll at least get 1 success. And he's going to be using the equipment machine guns. Oh, I should have had you guys do this too. My bad. Alright. So he's going to use his machine guns to add 3 additional dice to his attack. And they also double his successes. So that is 1, 2. Holy crap. 3. At a grid of 8, he had 3 8s and a 10. So that's 3 successes, which means 6 successes coming in to the plane. So with it being a difficulty of 2, that means there are 4 extra successes that he scores. I will let the two of you, Luca and Rexelton, decide how you're going to split those 4 extra successes, those 4 stress points coming in.
You want to just do 2 and 2?
I think that's fair enough. Although I'll take a lot of the responsibility for being kind of an easy target for these seasoned pilots.
Nonsense. You're just getting the hang of it, old sport.
So basically, when we meet our stress threshold, we're incapacitated, whatever the GM decides that means.
Gotcha.
You recover all of your stress after every night. You can regain 1 stress per hour up to your level for like short rest durations. And then yeah, over successes can be used to reduce your stress rather than deal stress to other opponents. That's stress.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna retcon just a bit here because I I did not give you guys the benefits of having a plane. So one of you can choose to take a single point because there were 4 successes. Wait, hold on. There were 4 successes coming in. So the armor on these planes is going to ignore 1 point of stress. So there were technically only 3 coming in. So you can decide who took 2 and who took 1 on that time.
I'll take 2.
Okay.
All right.
And then those of you who were shooting, because you were firing machine guns, I forgot to have you add your 3 additional dice when you were attacking and doubling your successes. So let's retroactively handle that too, please.
Okay. Grit.
Yes, grit, please.
Okay. I got 2 successes
Okay,
on
excellent.
top of the 2. So
2 extra, right.
2 extra. So 6 in total then?
So yeah, you had 3 successes, so that becomes 6 successes.
Cool.
And then 2 hawks. Did you roll your 3 extra dice against your grit, please?
We'll teach you this eventually. Alt A.
Is it?
Just press it once.
3 successes.
3 successes? Okay, which also becomes 6 successes. So, okay, excellent. All right, even with the armor, so when 2 hawks lit this this measure up, there was quite a few of the shots that actually landed because of the help with his gunning and the piloting of Agent Steele. You were able to kind of like riddle these holes along the length of its fuselage, and then, you know, just in concert almost, Luca manages to, even, you know, uncertain as he is, manages to pilot in a good position so that Rexelton can then light him up. And Rexelton, you put several of your shots right through his engine, and you watch, both of you, all 5 of you watch as like his propeller like and like locks up, and there's black smoke that just like billows out of the engine, and you hear that as like he speeds up and nosedives down towards the ground far below. He is taken out of the fight.
Imagine Rexelton holds up one of his like little like scarves that's blowing in the wind, and he just goes,
And he shoots.
Yes, after a moment, you will see an ejection seat come out and a parachute deploy. Okay.
Good,
That
I'm gonna shoot at
was
the guy. I'm going to shoot at the guy hanging from the parachute.
okay. Hold on, just 1 second. We're gonna get to the second Messer pilot. So I guess he is technically the one that attacked the plane that had Luca and Rex in it. So managed to impart 3 points of stress between the two of you. You can decide who has that. And okay. All right. So now we are back to where the heroes can take action, and yeah, if you want to, Hawks, I suppose you can certainly do so.
Well, I'm shooting at the guy in the parachute, so let somebody else worry about the other plane. Okay. If I knew what I was doing, it would be better.
So I think you're going to have, if it's the same as last time, you'll have the 1 die that you automatically get, and then you'll have the 3 additional that you have because it's a machine gun that you're firing. So you'll roll 4 dice. And this will be grit again.
Mm-hmm.
And
and so this is targeting, an opponent rather than trying to overcome an obstacle. So you're dealing stress for every success. You don't take any stress if you don't overcome the obstacle.
Right. Okay. So roll those up and we'll see how it does.
4 successes.
Okay. 4 straight to him. All right. Yeah, you.
And then if you double that, takes it up to 8.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot left of this guy. You can see that you've riddled him with holes, and he just kind of falls limp, and the parachute just continues to drift.
Where did you say you studied again?
Started out at the University of North Carolina.
Ah.
Art time.
Can't hear you from the other plane.
We've all got future radios.
What is he saying?
We've got the Avengers earpieces.
Magic earrings.
They had radios in aircraft, and they just came with headphones. It's the only way the pilot, especially in these open cockpit versions, it's the only way the guy behind the pilot can hear him. Because otherwise you're screaming over the engine.
We still have 1 up, right?
There is still 1 Messer still around.
Yeah, I know I shot at the wrong one, but I don't like
That's all right.
Nazis, that is. 1 less.
All right, Humphrey, what you got for us? Anything cool?
Take a guess. I'm gonna roll 1 die to shoot machine guns at these guys. I did succeed on a grid check though.
Excellent. Okay. Did you add the 3 dice? Yeah, for having a machine gun?
That would be a total of 4 successes.
Holy shit. Okay. And then you double those to 8. So you're going to reduce it by 1. Okay, so this plane is still in the air, but he is smoking heavily out of his engine housing, and you can hear that kind of like every once in a while the propeller like skips firing on the cylinders.
Oh, I hit him! I did it!
That's not too bad. Reminds me of when I was about 3.
I don't need validation from you, okay?
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. You keep up that attitude.
Eyes on the stick, man.
Oh no. Eyes on the crowd. Eyes on the crowd. So I imagine this plane is starting to do like the pa pa right? Like it's pretty tore up, this German plane. So I'm going to pull out my pistol, put my foot up on the edge of this, like the fuselage here. I'm gonna lean out. I'm gonna crack off my shot here. But I'm going to use trained, which will allow me to shoot twice. And yeah. So with a pistol, I get 2 additional dice, but no doubling any sort of weirdness from machine guns. So 3 dice to try and shoot this man.
All right. I think it's still grit, maybe. I can see an argument for possibly for renown, because this is certainly a performance.
Oh man.
Yeah, could be renowned.
So my grit is much higher, but I think we're gonna roll against renown. It just makes
Fair.
more sense.
Okay.
People should know me.
You're
for it.
leading out of you're like letting go of the controls.
Oh, I am 100%. Like I have my left foot up on this edge. I got that, and then like my right foot is just barely back there, like kind of.
Humphrey's like grabbing the back of your shirt, keeping you on.
All right, so 3 dice, 3 successes on that first shot.
Okay. Excellent.
So I know the armor of the plane reduces it by 1, correct?
It does. Mm-hmm. He's still going to have 2
Wonderful.
to go through. Yep.
Pow pow. And then the second shot. So like you see like the arm a little bit. Camera sort of zooms in. You see through the physical, like what do you call those? Like the hard sights and
Iron sights. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So it again will be 3 successes.
So you just put 2 like rounds straight through the engine of this thing. This, even though it's dying and sputtering, you just pop, pop.
Pow. Wow.
And immediately the propeller just freezes up and does the same thing. It just turns into a nosedive with that whining, increasing sound as it pivots towards the ground.
So as it starts to pivot, I holster my pistol. I look at him. Sayonara, Kraut. And then I'll sit back down into my my pilot seat. See, not so bad.
And Two Hawks is sitting over there. You can see the whites all around his eyes as he watches the pilot let go of the stick and lean out the plane to shoot. What's up?
As these 2 planes, kind of almost one after the other, just careen into the countryside of southeastern France, just these balls of fire that erupt when they make contact with the ground. The 2 planes that we see, these biplanes that are being flown, kind of soar further inland into over France. But not long after, mere moments, you hear, well, I don't know if you would really even feel being in the sky, but you would definitely hear this go-through, and you realize that not far away there is a pair of anti-aircraft weapons that are firing up at you. These are, let me see here. Here we go. These are Flak 38s. They are a fairly well-known emplacement of the Nazi warfare arm, and they are also fairly feared by the Royal Air Force for good reason. These have now started to draw a bead upon you and are firing up at you. All right. What?
Oh, Rexelton just like looks down and sees those cannons, and he just goes, "I don't think you can shoot that for." with a pistol from this height. Let's make evasive maneuvers. Luca, do you mind if I take over, darling? You were great, but let me give this a shot.
By all means, thank you.
Don't take your hands off until I've grabbed it. And then I grab onto it. I'm sorry, Jeremy, I can't hear you.
Oh, oops. Yeah, Rex is like climbed out of his like pilot position, is like on the body of the plane, like as Luca's like, okay, cool. Excellent.
I'd like to take control of the plane and like
When you
hopefully like when
you get into the seat, you know, you can definitely tell that Luca was sitting in there. It just kind of has that odor of someone has been sweating for a really long time and not showered.
Rexelton just sits there, blinks a little bit, and then just goes, "Follow my lead." And Rexelton would like to try to make evasive maneuvers to just like get out of, like, lead the plane behind him, and like we can't fight back against these things, so we got to land somewhere and get to our destination. So
Yeah,
evasive maneuvers.
You know, I think right before that, and when I get into my seat in the back, I'm gonna pull out my like necklace that has a bunch of trinkets on it. It's got like a crow's claw and a little rat skull and some crystals and like bits of metal, and just say a quick prayer to bless you, and so you get one automatic success on your next test.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Okay. So yeah. So let's see what this is going to be. I think this, instead of grit, is going to be cunning. This is definitely kind of an escape type situation. You know, trying to outwit them. So, all right. Got our aptitude of cunning. Do you have anything aside from the prayer from Luca that would possibly aid you?
I actually have escape artist as one of my features to help out with that.
Perfect.
That gives me when trying to escape devious situations, and I'd say getting shot at with anti-aircraft missiles would be devious.
I would agree.
Yeah, so this is automatic success, and plus the success that Luca just gave me from the magics. That I'm not sure if Rexelton even believes in or not. Is he's gonna make that test. So do I roll a single D12 or is it multiple?
Yeah, it sounds like just one.
Okay, cool.
Unless you have
you're
some kind of
using
feature
equipment to aid you as well,
right?
then it's just one die.
The plane, I assume that's the.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of a chicken versus, you know, a chicken egg. It's, you know, these things are made to shoot at planes. Planes are made to, you know, be maneuverable. It's definitely the kind of situation where, yeah, I think a single die.
All right, I got another success. So
okay,
that's 3 successes in total.
Excellent. Okay, that was the difficulty. So you managed to engage in, you know, a series of, you know, hard banks and, you know, stalls and pitches, so that way you can try to confuse this gunner and keep him guessing.
You are definitely the much better pilot.
And he just goes, learn that little maneuver at Dunkirk, and he stares over.
All right. So that brings us to the gun emplacements turn. These dudes are nasty. All right. So this is grit for them. They've got the 1 die, and then their gun gives them 4 additional dice when attacking. But they do not count for double successes, which is beneficial. So that is 5d12. Let's see what else they have. They have they're going to use marksman because they are using a firearm, so that gives them an automatic success. Okay, they have a 9 grit, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 successes coming at the plane. This is going to be Steel's plane. All right. So there are there are 4 successes inbound. You're able to shave off the 1 because of the armor from the plane, so you have 3 amongst the 3 of you to determine how you're going to distribute it.
I'd like to shoot the really big bullet with my smaller bullets. I'll take them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this this shot, though obviously it doesn't go through your plane, you at the last moment have to like slam the stick to the left-hand side and cause this plane to kind of tuck into a roll as this thing just like right where you just were. And in doing so, you slam both of your hands and your shoulder kind of to the inside of the plane, definitely bruising your shoulder and possibly breaking one of your fingers.
It's okay. Luckily, I have 9 more.
All right. That brings us back to all of you. You fine folks.
All right. So if I'm understanding correctly, the other plane has yelled back, "Follow me," or "Follow my lead," and then sort of dove in evasive maneuvers. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And currently, I think Humphrey is behind me, correct? And Two Hawks is in front of me. Like that's the current arrangement. Wonderful. So, Humphrey, as I pitch this plane and yank it to follow Rexelton's, I'm going to hand you this stick with a cylinder on the top of it. I've already primed it. If you'd be so kind as to just drop it on them. And I'm just going to hand you a grenade that I've already essentially popped the pen on.
Oh my God, holy.
Well, wasn't much of a throw. But yeah, throw my only grenade, buddy, because this is going to be great.
At least it went out of the plane. At least it went out of the plane.
You're assuming that he hasn't rolled.
Oh, that's a fair point. Okay. I think this is probably still grit. I guess it's what throwing a grenade would fall under. This makes sense.
Do I get any bonuses from the grenade?
What are the grenade stats? Do you have them, Steve?
So I was just generically using explosives, but it's gained 4
perfect.
additional dice when attacking and 2 automatic successes. That seem right, Phillip? Perfect. Yeah. So there you go. So you'll get 2 automatic successes and you'll gain 4 more dice.
Okay. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a 2 success kind of thing. So we're basically just going to be rolling for overage to see if you can hit the sweet spot with this.
3 successes on the die.
Okay, so that's 5 successes total. His armor is more considerable than the plane, so he is shaving off the first 2 points of stress, but that is still 3 that comes through to him. So fumbling as it might be, Humphrey manages to dump this grenade out of the side of the plane, and you watch as it falls and it hits the ground once and bounces. And as it bounces, it does get closer to the individual that's kind of seated in that position on the gun, and he begins turning to track the plane that he just, your plane that he just shot at, and it happens to bounce past the little protective armored barrier in the front and goes off next to him, and you can see that he's peppered with dirt and debris from the ground, but he is still alive. All right, plane number 2, or anybody else in the first plane that wants to act. We've only had.
Do you need a piloting role of some sort for evasive maneuvers with this?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, I can, and I will. So with my auto success and my roll, I'll have 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, you're doing a fine job of making sure that you're kind of keeping out of the majority of this guy's fire, taking good evasive maneuvers. Okay.
Tactical replacement. We don't evade.
All right, so 2 Hawks, Luca or Rex, I think.
It's going to be a little bit harder to hit, but since he's doing all this maneuvering and the hand grenade's gone off, 2 Hawks is still sitting on the tail gun and waits for Agent Steele to pull the plane up in a climb so that the tail is pointed down. I'm going to go shoot past the tail and into the gun emplacement with the machine gun. I don't know that I'm going to hit anything, but they're ducking, they're not shooting.
Exactly.
Take that, you lousy nitwits, and cut loose.
Okay, so yeah, still going to be grit, and you still get the 3 successes, or the 3 additional dice rather, from using a machine gun. And these machine guns can shoot for 3 rounds before they have to reload. So this might be a reload round coming up next.
Coming up next.
Okay.
All right. So I got, oh Lord, I don't think I've got anything that helps me at all with this. Nope. I do not.
Okay, so it'll just be the 4 dice then?
Uh-huh.
All right. And like I said, it'll be grit.
Three successes. And with the machine gun, it's an automatic 3?
It doubles.
Doubles, so 6 successes.
6 successes. Excellent. Okay. So he shaves off the first 2, but he's going to take 4 still. 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah, you rat-a-tat-tat him, and he definitely gets almost, kind of jumps out of his chair by how close a lot of your shots come to him. But he is still alive, and he's still in this fight. So Luca or Rex, I think that leaves the 2 of you.
So, Rex, you and Luca are in tune. Either you can get another kind of boost from me, or I can try to do another maneuver that might aid.
Sure. Go for the maneuver. Have a party. Also, just real quick, Are we close to where we're intending to drop off, Jeremy? Because I think Rexelton is now thinking we're gonna have to get out of these planes soon.
So you're not quite there. Your destination is Avignon, and it's maybe another 10 miles or so ahead. So it's not terribly far, especially by plane. But you know that if you get low enough after this, that you'd probably be a lot better off. And if you have to land and hoof it, maybe that's not such a bad thing.
Okay. Rexelton will turn back to Luca and say, I think it's time to abandon ship. And then he says, You do what you need to do. I'm gonna take us slow. We're leaving a breadcrumb trail for the Jerrys. And Rexelton is just gonna start diving low to get out of the range of the anti-aircraft.
Okay.
Are there any I want to kind of obscure the vision of these gunners. Do they have trucks that they brought the cannons in on that I can shoot the engine of to make them smoke or something like that?
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, you could.
I want to
create,
shoot them with my machine gun, basically, to kind of obscure our retreat.
Yeah, you could even see some munitions boxes that are somewhat nearby, and setting those off would cause a hellacious fire.
Yes, so that's where I'm aiming with my fire.
Okay. All right, so that's 4 for you.
Yeah.
And it'll be grit again.
Can I make a case for cunning since I'm aiming specifically not for them with my weapon, but for something
absolutely.
else?
Yeah, you're going for a strategic play.
And should I make any piloting check or anything?
Oh yeah, sorry. Jackson needs to roll too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'll do a cunning. And I'll add that escape artist on top because I'm still trying to get away.
Sure.
Sweet. Alrighty. That is 2 successes.
Excellent. 2 successes. Okay. You are still getting good evasive maneuvers.
I add 2 more, but I think since I'm firing the machine gun, those are doubled, so 4 successes.
4 successes on a munitions box. That's certainly enough to make it go up. So yeah, you kind of lay in, and there's just this enormous plume of fire and black smoke as this munitions truck goes up. This kind of crate in this, you can see over here, the little trailer or whatever that's with it, and there's a box kind of sitting on the corner of that. That trailer is obliterated. It's open like a tin can.
Your turn to fry, Jerry's. Good shooting.
All
Thank
right.
You wouldn't hear it. We're in 2 different planes.
No, I could still hear it. Don't worry.
He feels it.
Has his ways.
He could feel it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think that is everybody from the 5 of you. Yes. Okay. All right. Both of you succeeded on your evasive maneuvers, so he will be at disadvantage for shooting at either one of you. In addition, he is also obscured. His vision is obscured by all of the smoke and the explosions that are going on behind him. But he's going to try all the same. Let's see. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He would have 5, but he is -1 because he's at disadvantage. Let's see. What would obscurity do? They're going to make his successes count for half. We'll do that. Okie doke. Let's see here. That's 1, 2, 3. That's still 4 successes on the dice, though. So that is 2 successes coming in. It's going to be the front plane, the plane with Luca and Rex in it. So there's just going to be 1 point of stress between the two of you. You can decide who's going to take that. Luca?
I'll take it. And
Okay.
Jeremy, just a maybe a suggestion, I guess. You could have also
Please.
said, "Oh, there is an obstacle to this since there's all this smoke created. So the obstacle that they have to overcome has a target value of 3, meaning the first 3 successes
Oh,
are like negated." You know what I mean? So then you're
perfect.
saying like
Yeah.
this is the
You have
environment
to overcome
impact,
it
but they're
first.
still trying to. Yeah, exactly.
I like
Okay.
that
Brilliant.
comes up with like gives you sort of like thematic and situational armor to things that wouldn't normally have
Yeah.
armor. So like diplomacy, you know, stuff, whatever. Very
Yeah,
cool.
and
Very cool.
it's supposed to be like really useful for chases too. Like, a chase, you gotta overcome whatever is in the environment always, and then you can maybe take out your
It also allows for that
pursuers.
really pulpy thing of like you got like the waiter cart and you just like rolled at them, so now they have the obstacle in front of them. The players can create the obstacle for the enemies. Like, that's really cool.
Exactly.
I like
Yeah.
that a lot.
Yeah, that's a really good way to handle that. We'll do that going forward. Although I don't think that he's going to last another round. We'll have to see. Okay. He has shot, and it wasn't much. It probably didn't even detonate, truthfully, very close to your plane, but it was close enough that, the concussive force or whatever, it kind of caused Luca's ear to kind of, kind of have that ringing sound. Okay, so that's the ball is back in your court. It sounds like Rex's plan is basically to just GTFO and try to get off the scans. Is that the plan for Agent Steele as well?
So I like to think that this is that sort of picturesque French countryside, right? So it's got a little bit of those rolling hills to it. So I'm gonna take a slight detour and I'm gonna give us a hill that we're gonna be able to go over, but I'd like to climb a little bit to give Humphrey a tail gunner shot back at this. I come from the school of no Germans left behind, if you know what I mean. Like you don't leave them behind you because they can shoot you in the back. But I'd like to kind of like go over that hill and then dive. I know it's gonna be like not the easiest piloting maneuver, and that's okay. But I think it'll give him a shot.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, so I think this is probably going to be a 3 success kind of situation again. Not quite as difficult of a maneuver as the loop-de-loop, but still, I could see cunning or grit, either one in this situation. And then obviously your pilot would apply.
Right. So you see Agent Steele like very tightly sit back into his chair. Left hand grips. Right hand grips. Right hand comes back out, reaches into the pocket of his jacket. This black and white photo comes out. He kisses it. And as he places it forward, it's not the beautiful woman you're expecting. He has those. But no, this is not this. This is a picture of an older woman. White curly hair. She's got a nice pearl necklace, wearing a very nice dress. And it says Gammy on the top right-hand corner. And so I'm going to use my my lucky charm so that I can roll that extra dice. I'll have 1 auto success and
Excellent.
2 dice to try and pull off this this 3
All right.
restart
Here we go.
maneuver here. I'm going to use grit.
Okay.
And I will have 2 successes for a total of 3. So I know we skirted close. Like maybe there's even a sheep that we almost take out. Like, and just up. And I'm gonna give Humphrey that shot to try and take out the competition, as it were.
All right, Humphrey.
2 successes.
Okay, 2 successes. Ooh, his
Which
armor
doubles
shaves
to
off.
4?
Oh, that's right. It doubles to 4. That's right. It was going to get ignored by his armor, but it does double to 4 because of it being a machine gun. So he still has 2 that go through. Puts him at a total of 9. He is still up. So even though Humphrey makes good on the shot, there's that, kind of twin lines of like explosions in the soil that kind of lead up to this gunner, and then there's that and sparks fly up from his armor. It protects him, but you do see, it looks like one of them kind of comes through over the top and goes through his shoulder. But this Nazi is hanging in there.
Okay. The Agent Steele's maneuver was down, up, over the hill, so he's coming down this way. I'm on the tail end of this picking aircraft. I'm waiting for him to pull up to a climb.
You're at the front.
Okay, well then I would have taken the first shot.
The semantics. We're in the plane.
Also shoot.
Also
Yes,
shoot. Yeah,
absolutely. Also shoot.
I just like the picture of pull up and the guy behind him is going to you too.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm using grit. Please somebody tell me what I'm doing because I have no idea.
So you should have 4 dice, I believe. Because it didn't sound like there was anything that you had that necessarily added to flying or firing. So
nope.
I think it's going to be the 4 dice, and then you count double your successes.
Works better if they stay on the table.
You'll find them later with your bare feet.
No, they're not die 4. That's the ones you find with your bare feet.
Yep, too true.
Dungeons and Dragons Caltrops.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 successes, total of 6.
Okay, so that's still another 4 that's going to go through.
Classic D&D. And you just take that classic 10-foot pole, toss it like a javelin through the Jerry's head. Just
All right. So, Two Hawks, you can describe to me what it looks like as you take out this anti-aircraft gun.
Okay, well, as opposed to the taking out the anti-aircraft gun, I changed my point of aim. I'm taking out the guy behind the gun. So I am going to ping off that front shield and try and hit that slot like this. And the guy's sitting there and you get bing, 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 bing. And his head sort of explodes inside the helmet. The gun's still there if somebody can get to it, but there's nobody at the trigger anymore. Sparks bouncing off the metal shield and run right through the middle.
And he kind of like slumps forward after bouncing off the kind of the back of the half seat of this thing, and like, leans on the lever controls, and you just watch as the barrel just kind of like drifts off to the side. No longer a threat to the 2 biplanes that now pull off, heading further north towards the city of Avignon. So, where are you landing at the city?
outside.
Yeah. So, I think what Luca is going to actually do is figure out what the best landing spot is. And you said we have like 10 miles. So I think there is enough time for me to quickly pull out my tarot deck, shuffle it, and pull a card to figure out what is going to be the best landing spot. And so this tarot deck basically will give us 1 success on any specific event in the next 24 hours. That event is going to be landing the plane.
Perfect. Excellent.
I'll tell you what.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll add on to that because Rexelton is a regional expert in France, and he will gain because he's done a lot of missions here. So he's going to gain 1 success while navigating in this region to help find the perfect landing spot for the gang. automatically succeed on a navigation. Yep.
Fantastic. Okay. So, that's 2 successes. Sounds like automatically before the rolls even begin. So I think this is going to be a 3 difficulty. So we're going to have to get at least 1 manual success.
We'll probably want to like land in some farm on the outskirts of the town, right? That's gonna have the biggest pasture area for us to lay down the planes and hopefully not get shot from the buildings.
Right. Because you would know that the city of Avignon is certainly under Nazi occupation.
So yeah, maybe like, a farm behind a hill that we can then climb into is probably gonna be the best location.
Are
is
we
what
looking to?
Dex
Are we-
telling me.
Gotcha. Are we looking to keep these planes, or is it like we're going in and we're discarding them, and then we're gonna move without taking the planes back?
An exit strategy is always a good thought.
Yes. I mean, we're grabbing a bunch of jewels. I don't think they'll fit on a plane.
Pearls,
At least not
they're
these.
pearls specifically.
Over the radio. Pearls. I was like, well, do we want to at least save one of these boys? Help us fly out back to Allied shores?
Ambitiously, I think it would be wise to keep them both.
And
I agree.
let's hide it in some trees then, at least. Cover it up. I know a spot.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, Luca and Rex, let's get those rolls and see if we can get that 3rd success.
So I'm doing mysticism for like,
Ooh,
pulling my
perfect.
tarot cards. if
Yeah,
that's
I agree.
okay.
Yep.
Oh, but I failed.
Ooh, okay.
I'm
And then
rolling
Rex,
really high.
I would imagine for you this would probably be knowledge.
Or renown.
Oh yeah, yep, that could work too.
Rex,
did you hear that?
Oh, sorry, that's for
Oh.
me. Excuse me. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So either knowledge
I'm gonna
or
use- I'm
renown
gonna-
for you.
I'm gonna use renown because my knowledge is not
Fair.
good. That is, oh my god. I met the renown. I met it.
Okay. Okay, so there's the 3rd success we needed.
Oh my god.
So there's like a part where you're like, you come over a hill and you realize you're like about to fly over the city, and you have to like bank and pull and turn around, but you managed to find.
You usually approach from the south, and now we're approaching from the west, and it just got turned around.
Well, last time I flew into this place, it wasn't occupied by the Nazis. Hang on. Just give me a second, old boy.
You absolutely managed to find a secluded little farmhouse that looks like it's out of the way enough. Has a thick copse of trees kind of out behind it. Place that you think that you could certainly roll these planes into hiding, and without any trouble, you managed to kind of set these things down in some open land. And you might have to kind of push them by hand to get them to hide beneath the trees, but you can certainly do so. So, now that you have landed, I'll leave it to you to decide how much of your character, or how much your character knows of the information that I'm about to impart to you. You have come searching for the 12 jewels known as the Perles de Saint Pierre. These pearls are rumored to have been gifted by the Emperor Napoleon to the most trusted of his elite soldiers, his old guard. Allied intelligence has informed you that the Nazis have a specified unit that are also hunting down these pearls. They are known as the Torwächter, known as the gatekeepers. Luca and Two Hawks. Between the two of you, if you would, tell us how the two of you managed to piece together that you needed to track down a rare breastplate known as the Cuirass of Antoine Favot here in Avignon, at least until recently.
Um, Pre-Napoleonic history is my specialty, so it would lap a little bit over into Napoleon's reign. The pearls as a gift sort of made a splash in most of the paperwork. So it's sitting in a library surrounded by stacks of books as he's paging through it, and he comes across this just a single line in a courier's letter to his mother. And it mentions the cuirass connecting him to the pearls, and the cuirass are connected. He's not sure if they were placed, as decorations on this cuirass, or they arrived simultaneously, but there seems to be some distinct connection between the breastplate and the pearls.
And Luca would have come across some tales of this breastplate, which helped us determine the specific location as Avignon, France. So, I've traveled around in this area a lot, and a lot of people talk, and so I've definitely heard a story about it. And it was good enough once investigated by Two Hawks and our other knowledgeable people that checked out.
Excellent. And then anyone else, anybody in the party, any of the five of you, if you'd like, roll something. You come up with what your dice pool is going to look like based on what information or what features that you might have or items that you might have for possible further information.
I feel like MI6 would probably have told Rexelton a thing or two.
Yeah, certainly.
Given the fact that they're sending him in, what would I want to roll for that?
I think this is going to be knowledge.
Okay.
Okay. I could see an argument for mysticism, knowledge or mysticism in this case.
My mystic is one worse than my knowledge, but hey, okay. Once again, my knowledge is 3 and I met it at 3. So we are barely scrapping by right now, lads.
All right. So we've got 1 success on the pile. I'm looking for 6 successes for this additional information. This will be a group check. So we got 1 out of 6.
Did you say Luca and Two Hawks get to join or
Yes.
do not join? Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Yep. This will be between the 5 of you.
Okay, so I drag Luke. I don't know. Probably Luca over and pull out a sheath. I've got a small briefcase with me with papers. I don't have photographic memory, and I'm thumbing through the paperwork and jotting down notes, additional notes from looking at the area and the information that he has fed me about it. And I'm going to use research and see if I can come up with some additional information for us.
Excellent. So that should give you 1 success right there. And then you'll get to roll your die, of course, against knowledge or mysticism.
I'm using knowledge.
Okay.
All right. And because I'm using that pen to jot down notes, I get a +1.
Oh, yeah, an extra die. Mm-hmm. Excellent. So, yeah, so you'll roll 2 dice.
2.
Mhm.
Okay. And it gives knowledge.
I think the pen only gives.
And I got
+1.
2 successes.
Okay, and
Beg
then
your pardon?
does that include your auto success?
No, that does not.
Okay, so that's 3 successes then.
4
So we
successes.
are now up to 4.
Luca will just, I guess, I'll go back to my same tarot deck and see where this artifact might be hiding.
Okay, excellent. So that
So
gives
that will
you
give. Mhm.
your. It's a feature though, so it gives you the automatic success, right?
Yeah, and really this is a forward facing feature. So this is like one success when I do the test. And so I have to say
Oh, I
like
see.
it's going to be a success when we find it. But that's my action now.
Okay. Okay.
It'll give me one auto success later. I don't know if I should do that, but that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. And then you get to roll.
Yes. Mysticism, you said?
Yeah, that works. Knowledge or mysticism, either one.
Oh, knowledge or mysticism. It doesn't matter. That is a success.
Excellent. So the tarot provides a success later on, not currently.
One automatic success on the test, and the test I declare is when we're searching for the.
I see. Okay, cool. So that is additional success, which brings you up to 5. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. One left.
All right, Humphrey, what you got?
Well, as you may know, I was imprisoned on a vessel, seafaring vessel for quite a few months, and I failed to mention that the captain, well, he was German, and he may have been transporting German soldiers, members of the SS. Perhaps may have overheard a few things that I wasn't supposed to hear. I'm shooting for a renown.
Okay. Sure. I could see an argument for that for sure. Especially given that spin. Do you have any equipment that would possibly help with feathering out more information?
So I do have a jeweler's lens, which allows me to automatically ascertain the value of an item. So I don't necessarily know if I've seen the item, but if that could allow me to like, oh my gosh, they're speaking of a real thing that is of extraordinary value.
Yeah.
That's up for debate, but I would like to utilize like I lied to get into the room, or I presented myself falsely in like deception to get this knowledge. So I would like it to have been a lie for my deception skill. Both of those are questionable, but I would like to roll around for sure.
Okay, so I definitely don't think that the jeweler's lens would necessarily apply, because this is not the kind of thing that has been seen by anyone necessarily. But the deception makes perfect sense.
All right. My renown is 8, and I rolled an 8 plus my 1 automatic success for my deception skill.
2 more.
2.
Excellent. That brings us up to 7. So that means that anybody who would like to can recover 1 point of stress.
If I were to throw my hat in the ring, could I possibly
Oh, you could
bump us up a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there was a period where I was in France here shooting a moving picture. I was a star alongside a little lady named Vivian Romance. She's one of the stars of the Moulin Rouge. That's French, for those of you who don't know. But there was many a night spent in her apartment, and she got a French newspaper. And I had someone read it to me, because I don't speak wussy languages. But I do know the comings and goings of important people. Like me. I'm important. But I'd like to do a renown roll to see maybe I read about it, heard about it, gossiped about it on the stage, on the set, picked up a little bit of information. And Vivian Romance is a real person, by the way. I Googled
Fantastic.
with my fingers. Yeah, so I'd like to try a renown roll there.
Yeah, 100%.
I did not do it. So, apparently we talked about a lot of stuff. Pillow talk, if you know what I mean.
You'll always have Paris.
Not till we take it back from these Germans, we won't. But then maybe I'll have it. At least in the cinema. Or maybe I'll run for president. They have a president in France, right? I could do that.
Not right now.
I played one in a movie. A president, that is. And I also played a prisoner on a boat once, but I escaped. I guess you did too, or you wouldn't be here. So good on you. You keep acting like steel.
So, this additional information that the 5 of you have successfully managed to put together, despite Agent Steele's valiant attempt, his anecdotal story about his dalliance unfortunately did not lend anything to the conversation, but all of you were still able to recover at least 1 stress. And in talking things over, comparing notes, things of that nature, you all discover that the rumor is that these pearls are made from the pearly gates themselves. Purportedly, they were smuggled out of Jerusalem during the upheaval of the Crusades. And apparently they entered France through the region of Alsace-Lorraine in the possession of the Jews sometime after the Great War, the First World War.
The best World War.
You said that out loud. Imagine like everyone is just like turns to you.
Clint, did you fight that World War One?
Remind me when that was again.
I think he did a movie about the First World War.
I have
World
definitely
War.
done a movie about a war.
Yes. Well, now we're in a real one.
Yes.
All right, chaps. You all know the drill. We got to find this bloody breastplate in Avignon. Now, did we get information on where the breastplate might be or where the Nazis might be holding it?
Avignon.
Yes, it was in the city of Avignon. More specifically, it was being held in the museum.
All right, let's get to the museum. I imagine packed that we've brought out like alternative clothes that we've brought like in our planes. So we don't look like we just like Allied troops coming in.
All right. Do any of you speak German?
Da. Oh wait, no, that's Russian. Ja.
Yeah.
Jawohl.
I speak French.
We.
Subtle differences.
We
I
are in
speak
France.
English and American and British.
I bet you also speak sober as well.
I think perhaps it would be best that I do the talking. Then I speak German.
You and I can tag team this one then.
Yes, very well. Men of culture.
Mm-hmm.
Is there perhaps anyone who would have come in contact with this artifact that's like dead in a crypt in the local graveyard?
With the cuirass itself? Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly possible. if it's been here, you know, in the museum for some time, somebody in the museum or somebody who has come to see it could certainly have passed.
Yeah, or like an old curator or like an old benefactor who how maybe how they originally got it or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, I'm gonna go to the graveyard and look for whoever might have or figure out who could have done it. The purpose eventually to ask them a question.
You want to ask a dead person a question?
Yes.
Hello, funny police. This man is crazy.
Did you guys not hear that these pearls are in fact made from the pearly gate itself? We know
Oh.
for certain there is an afterlife, there is an in-between, there is a place where people suffer.
My friend,
Yes.
I'm a man of science. And
I-
what we may believe to be the pearly gates themselves, they are valuable. This is true.
Legends.
I'm not a man of science, but I am a man of reality, and I can tell you I can speak with them, certainly.
I will
Well,
have no business with this public.
I'm sure translation often becomes sensationalized throughout the centuries. But I can say that whatever you're doing with those cards is working out. And I'm not going to question it. So as long as it solves the bloody mission. Speaking of which, gentlemen, shall we head in? And brush up on your French, my friends. Or at least smile nice. Steele, look pretty.
Way ahead of you.
Hold
So,
on, Steele.
Luca, do you
Count on your fingers to 3.
1, 2, 3, and that was a thumb. I practiced.
Good boy.
Luca, do you ever play any poker?
Oh, what is that? No.
Oh.
But if it's a
Seal just looks
game-
really disappointed. Like,
If it's a game, I'm sure I could learn.
Let's all promise a round of Hold'em once we are back in friendly territory. Then, shall we, gentlemen?
I suppose now's not the time.
all right. So the plan right now, we're gonna go to a graveyard. Luca's gonna talk to a dead person. Then, two of you are gonna go into town and talk some German to some Germans.
We at least
And
want to get
then-
close.
We're gonna go to the museum and get the thing we're after.
Yeah, so the breastplate is at the museum, right? And we are searching for the pearls still?
The breastplate
Yes.
is, for better or worse, a clue that we're trying to look at. Like, we don't have to take the breastplate, we just need to see it.
Right.
Right.
I see.
Right. And
So-
these pearls are from a gate
The pearly gate.
in Jerusalem, where the Jews come from.
No, oh, sport.
Well, it's not just the Jewish folk; it's also Palestinians. But we're getting into the weeds on that. So, my friends, and
Right.
Rexelton will just go. I recommend Humphrey and I. What we'll do is we'll head in to the museum itself, charm our way through, and at least get a good look at the thing. Then we can figure out, see if we can divine some clues from seeing it, and go from there. Maybe we can talk to a few of the museum curators, see if they have any information on where these pearls might be.
Right. And Luca's gonna go talk to a dead person.
Well, I suppose my plan was to ask that person if they knew where the pearls were.
Right.
So maybe I'll wait until we get the clues from the breastplate before we ask
Oh, we
any
could-
questions.
Well, we could just split up and do a two-pronged strike.
I'm not sure what to ask them yet. I can
Ah.
ask one question.
Right.
Strange you have rules about it, but all right. Very well.
The link is very tenuous between other planes of existence and this one, and I have to be holding an item of the deceased, and yes, the link is very brief.
What would happen if you were holding the breastplate?
Well, I might be able to, I suppose, with enough time, see if I can picture where the pearls are just by holding the breastplate.
Right.
You think you could do that?
I like pull out my like necklace with a bunch of like animal bones and bits of wood and metal and
That's a
So
chicken
that's
foot.
so that's what was sticking up the cockpit earlier.
perhaps this is a smell I'm accustomed to. And he like there's definitely some dried garlic on there, you know, that you can never be too careful about vampires.
Rexelton pulls out a cigarette and offers a couple to his companions just to clear the smell.
I will take one for sure.
Not for me, thanks.
Charmed.
It's not going to be the cigarettes that kill you, old boy. So
That won't be the Nazis either.
cheers to that.
Ella's husband.
So perhaps we need someone to provide a distraction while I have enough time to go and physically touch this breastplate.
Well, if we need a distraction, and I look at Steel.
So 2 questions. 1, what's a breastplate? 2, when you touch it, if it was owned by a person who's dead, do you speak ancient Jew?
I speak Hebrew anyway, yes.
Right. But is that going to help?
Potentially.
So ancient Jew, Hebrew, similar.
The same. It's a language that has existed for millennia.
Ah, that's why they rhyme.
Shall we head in, gentlemen?
We could just break in at night under the cover of darkness. Take
If
this.
we wait, then the Torwächter will surely get ahead of us. We can't wait.
Time is not on our side.
Right.
I just want to finish this up and go home.
Right.
You'll be back by
From
Christmas, old sport.
Ireland.
Ireland?
Right.
Uh-huh. Okay, and the last thing you read was the funny papers.
You know.
How's
Script.
How's Joe Palooka doing?
We are out of time.
You know, the Cherokee, known for being, yes, the famous Irish Cherokee.
His last name is McGregor. You only come from 2 places with that last name: New Jersey, somewhere else.
Newfoundland.
Have we made it to Avignon yet? Are we there yet?
I'm just gonna let this train go on as long as it's going to. Yeah, I think you are approaching the city of Avignon, and you can see already, you know, the road that you're kind of walking along, that there is a toll stop. I guess it wouldn't be a toll, but a checkpoint. Yeah, that is set up at the entrance to the city, and there's definitely Nazi soldiers that are standing there checking people's papers.
Okay.
I imagine we've been provided with like fakes, all that stuff.
Sure, some of you at least.
Right.
I can certainly get us in. I have faith in my ability. As long as nobody does anything stupid. Luca, you should probably hide.
You can see Luca's definitely like not really paying attention to you and looking at the guards, and he'll watch one of them put out a cigarette, and he'll like go and scoop up the cigarette butt really quick from the ground. That's it, and just hold it in his hand.
Rexelton will just pull out a couple like francs just in case you need a little help schmoozing your way through this.
I'll pull out my fist when it becomes necessary.
Where do you keep them until you need them?
Inside my hand.
Guten Abend.
The German soldier who is standing watch at this checkpoint looks up as you call out and kind of squints into the kind of early morning sun and waves you forward with a gloved hand. Papers, please.
Here you will see everything is in order. I have an ID that gives me +1 when rolling against law enforcement, specifically.
Holy shit. Well, there you go. +1 extra die?
Correct.
Excellent. Okay. So I think this is definitely going to be cunning or possibly renown.
I'm trying to present it as renown. Like, I'm not.
Okay, sure. So
This
you'll
is
have
not
the
what
die.
my fear is.
Right. So you'll have the die plus the extra one from your gear. Do you have anything feature-wise that could possibly apply?
Deception.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so you'll roll 2 dice, and you're going to have an automatic success. You have
That's
the papers, so we'll treat that as advantage, which will give you an extra die. And I'm looking for 3 successes here.
If I have 1, I need to roll 2 at least.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I rolled 3.
Okay, so that's 1 over your target, so you can recover a stress as well if you'd like, if you still have one.
I don't have any.
Okay, cool. So he kind of looks at these papers, kind of flips, one of the pages kind of back to kind of look at, the last entry. He kind of looks at you for a moment.
You've been
Hands it to you.
expecting us. I've been told you've been expecting us. This should be clear to the museum from here, correct?
Museum.
This is what the paper says. It says it's right for you.
I am afraid that you are too late. The truck already left last night.
Oh, goodness. Why? Why waste my time? Why waste our time to come here to... Yeah, this is above your pay grade.
He kind of tightens whenever you say that, stiffening up a little bit.
There's no shame to you. You are a soldier. I understand.
I
Rexelton
would
will
Like,
kinda-
I'm small. I'm probably at most 5'5".
Is
perfect.
that small?
Demure. I'm like lithe, not necessarily like
Phillip.
big.
The offense.
Low end of average.
Put
Rex,
the word average in it.
Rexelton will kind of step up and just lean in towards the soldier and just be like, "Apology." Speaking in German, apologies for my friend. We've been traveling quite a distance to get to the museum for the object. You understand?
The object
long-
is
long
gone. We have
nights.
come all this way for no reason.
Yes, tragedy. Would you happen to know where it went off to? Back to Berlin, then, I suppose.
He kind of stops and studies you for a moment, Rex, and then his vision kind of cuts back and forth between the two of you, and kind of sweeps over the other three, kind of looking over your shoulders.
I got the hat pulled down and I've got my head and face down. I'm sorry. Native American features are not going to go over real well with a Nazi.
Yeah, he seems kind of considering what has been proposed. Very well, your papers have checked out, but I am sorry the object you are looking for is no longer here. They headed north, and yes, I do believe that it is intended to return to Berlin.
Shame. Tragic shame. You wouldn't happen to have a map of the surrounding countryside?
He is
Last
but a
night you said?
soldier. He is a soldier. What do you expect?
You never know what the and Rexton goes, hey, you never know what the soldiers always come prepared. You never know what they have to deal with. Am I right, my friend? And he looks towards the soldier.
There is a map that you could look at if you'd like, but they will not let you take it with you. If you have a map of your own, perhaps you could copy what you need from it.
If it's no issue, of course.
I will leave that to them. Please. And he kind of like pulls the arm, and you push it just down on the end of it so the arm raises and is apparently going to let you all pass.
Hump snatches the papers out of his hand. Have a good day.
Good day.
He kind of snaps to attention and gives you a salute.
We smile and nod, but do not do the salute. And I imagine once we get far away, Rexelton just goes, King George's trousers. And he looks back towards the gang. Looks like we'll have to charter a car. They might already be back to German borders by that point. Or we might have to get back in the bloody plains. And I'm not really excited to try that whole mess again.
Absolutely not.
I'm sure we could find a car.
Well, forget about car. We need to find a car, of course, but we have to bloody well know where they went. You mentioned we might have a map, or we were looking at a map that the officers were providing.
So I would imagine that you guys brought a map of some form with you. You know,
Okay,
knowing
I'm
where you
willing
were
to
gonna be, kind of more or
retroactively
less.
spend money to buy a map.
So looking at the map of Avignon, would we see like what roads would be leading north? The most logical road that would be leading back to Germany?
Certainly. Yep. There is a road that travels north for quite some time, and then kind of eventually turns northeast towards the border with Germany. So you know that they're likely going to be on that road. Now, how far along it? It's hard to say. There's been a lot of fighting in this country, so traveling even by road is not something that goes quickly.
Well, we could try to go quickly, but that would be by plane. I don't want to be shot out of the air. We don't even know where they are on this road.
So I've understood none of this because it's all been in German, right?
Yeah, I imagine so.
A good portion of it was in German, yeah.
But now you guys are conversing
In English, yeah.
in
King's
American.
speech.
Great. So
talking
while
in
they're
English,
talking and trying to make a plan, plans are dumb. I would like to find a truck, a Jeep, or a sports car parked out here on the road, and I'm gonna steal it.
Okay. So
Luca
let's
likes this idea and is going to actually help Clint in
To
this
help?
case.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm looking for another 4 successes here. Because while it's not going to be difficult to find one, being able to steal it and being able to get away without being possibly pursued is certainly going to be difficult. Yes, Steve.
While they're trying to round up a car,
Mhm.
I am going to take a chance. I'm going to approach some French gentleman on the street
Mm-hmm.
and sidle up to him a little bit. Vive la France.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of
I
looks
am
like shocked, and then kind of like looks around, but then seems eager to hear what you have to say.
and speaking French, which I do fluently. I mean, come on, a French historian. I'm going to speak French, guys. I'm going to express the idea that I am looking for a contact with the resistance in the town.
Okay.
And there should be fairly active resistance.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a matter of, I'm going to speak fluent French, but I'm going to deliberately speak it with an American accent as opposed to with a French accent. But I'm going to using fluent French. I'm going to ask we're trying to escape from the Jerry's, and we may need some help. Is there a contact that we can make, because our information during escaping was too limited to give me a contact every place? However, I do know, and I'm going to name a couple of people, real or otherwise, that are members of the overall arcing French resistance command and control.
Okay.
I was
So we'll
told to look in this area for that.
Okay. Absolutely. So we'll get a roll for that as well. So let's do this then. We'll just roll this into a group activity of the general stealing and escape from Avignon. And we're going to raise the difficulty of it to, I think, 5. I don't think this is quite as difficult as uncovering a lot of the information that you found out extra about the pearls, but I think this is still going to be 5 difficulty. So I think from Two Hawks, a renown roll.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be something terrible like that. Okay.
And then from Steel, it sounds like cunning. And then Luca, are you just going along, or how are you gonna?
I'm going to forego my roll and bless him so that he gets 1 auto success.
Okay, excellent.
Him who? Which one of us?
It'll be Clint, because I'm rolling with him.
You're with him.
Not a problem.
All right. So yeah, pile on any items or profile features that you think could possibly apply, and then roll those dice.
Rexelton surely will have some.
I may be able to assist here.
Perfect.
Imagine Rexelton and like Humphrey were like coming up with this plan. We just look back and just see them just straight up just stealing a car. And we're like,
no, boys, not so fast.
Rexelton just goes, oh well, I guess we're doing this now.
That's all right. I'm actually kind of good at this. Please, I'm good with my hands.
Where did you say you went to prison again?
Who, me? I've never been to prison.
North Carolina, he said.
I was in prison. I have sleight of hand.
I have.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. What do you have? Go ahead.
I have stealth that could possibly add on to that.
Certainly.
We can hotwire this car and then like stealthily get away.
It's kind of my idea.
And heck, if we're trying to like get out, like get away from people, I could even put in escape artist if it's that dire.
You only get one feature, so you'd have to choose which one you'd want to use.
And I will choose stealth.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, that sounds like, in that case, a cunning roll from Rex and a knowledge roll from Humphrey. Everybody roll up your dice. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I got a success and then an automatic success from sleight of hand.
Okay,
Same
excellent.
here,
So
but with
that's two.
stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 4. For the other 3?
And then Clint is going to roll,
Mhm.
right? And you get the auto success from the bless.
All right, but if it's kind of like Humphrey's going to, I guess, trip the ignition and Rexelton's like helping us sneak up there. What are we getting, by the way? Are we getting a truck or are we getting a car?
So I'm picturing an officer's Mercedes that's like parked outside of a local bar. And they pulled up, and 4 or 5 officers literally piled out of it, and they're now, getting sloshed in the bar on French wine, and it's kind of just sitting out off to the side.
Yeah, so like well, so I was googling pictures. There's this really awesome like Daimler DE36, which is like this super sleek German sports car that seats 4 people. With a 5th one optional in the back. Like you can kind of cram the 5th one. It looks like it has 0 off-roading capabilities, but it's a pretty sweet looking car, man. But all right, that's fine. So I would I don't know what I'm gonna do here to help. Like you guys got it pretty much covered.
I can't drive.
Oh, I could
at
definitely
all.
drive it. I can drive it like we stole it.
Yeah,
Bet.
this
We
is, I
are.
think, a whole escape
Yes.
scene.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Like escaping from the city, you can be the driver for your contribution.
all right. Well,
Please, Clint, driver's seat's yours.
I get him without opening the door.
Do you usually use a stunt double or?
Absolutely not.
I think we've learned Steels does all of his stunts himself.
I do other people's sometimes also. So I have
I've never seen another Clint Steele movie ever.
you say that now. But I have
Clint,
them all.
if you get us out of this, I'll watch all of them.
Like you haven't already.
No, let's get to that bloody truck, shall we?
All right. So I have Racer, which also
Perfect.
is gain 1 success on the test. So that'll be my contribution there, and I'll give it a little roll here. Is it grit or cunning to drive? Or renown?
I feel like grit because there's that movie called Drive Angry with Nicolas Cage.
Well,
Dude,
if this
that
is trying to be
one
like
of
a like a Nick Cage movie, I think this is definitely trying to like get out of here with drawing as little attention to yourselves as possible. So I think cunning makes more sense here.
Is it though? Is it trying to draw as little attention as possible?
You tell me.
Is it? Because I was thinking a little more on the type of getting out of here. But if we can't do that, then we're not
we
going to
need
do
to-
that.
so.
You should tell
I
me
mean,
that.
we need to catch up with that truck. It's got a day's head start on us.
Right. And the closest Jerry's are in this bar right here and drinking. So
Oh, this is what they get for leaving the keys in the ignition. Then, shall we?
Jeez. Right. So I'm going to renown check us out of here.
Go for it.
It's almost the same exact roll, but all right. So success, auto success. So I'll give it 6 out of the 7, or no, that puts us at 6, right? 4 plus
Yeah,
2,
6 over 5. Yep.
All right.
So you get an extra one. Which means if anybody still has any further another further point of stress, that you can take that off your sheet.
I'd like to do
All
that,
right.
please, because
And as the car holding these 5 explorers peels out of Avignon, headed northward on the road, I think that's where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So yeah, we're going to take 10 minutes, refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. This is incredible, and I cannot wait to get to the second half of what I've got this evening and what these players are going to bring to this situation. So sit tight, and we will be right back.
right.
I'm going to open this flap. This game is being run very professionally, I will have you know. You're welcome, all of you.
I'm having fun.
No, I'm glad. I'm super glad. I'm
Oh,
having a
I was
blast
waiting
so
for
far.
your assist. I was waiting for the introduction of your assistant step. Since you said it was being run professionally.
Yeah, maybe I can just throw my assistant under the bus. My assistant is me.
It's had everything I wanted so far. That entrance was gnarly.
Yes. Yeah. Well, hopefully there's still plenty more to please your pulp action goodness.
I'm ready for that
all
car
right.
chase.
So
ready.
you have set out from Avignon in a stolen Mercedes Nazi officer's mobile. And you are making your way northward through a landscape that can only be described as hellish. There are potholes the size of houses. Not potholes, they're craters that were caused by bombings. The Americans have already started, the Allies in general have started bombing this section of the country. And long before that even started, there was intense fighting between tanks and infantry. There's entire sections of countryside that are charred black, where the only thing that still stands are like the gnarled skeletons of trees. A lot of the countryside you roll through is still smoldering. There's death everywhere here. Dead horses, farm animals, soldiers. It's a grisly scene, without a doubt. You drive on for the majority of the day and into the early hours of night once it's fully dark. And you still haven't found any sign of your prey. It's hard going in a car like this. While the road is still there are large sections of it that are either not intact or that are choked with rubble or sandbags and barbed wire emplacements. So there's times where you have to get off of the road for a small portion of your journey before you can make your way back. But just about the time that you're kind of starting to think that you might have to stop for the evening, you see a set of headlights on the road up ahead, kind of somewhat turned so that you can see the side of the vehicle. And you notice that it is in fact one of the it's called an Opel Blitz. It's a large canvas covered truck on the back, very clearly sporting the Iron Cross on the side. And even by the gray hazy night with the light of the moon and the stars and the reflection of the headlights, you can see that this truck is stopped at a barricade, and there are two soldiers in Nazi uniforms that are trying to find a way around this or trying to move this section of barbed wire that is laid out across their path.
Real
Kill the
quick,
lights,
Jeremy.
Kill the lights.
Real quick, Jeremy. As we
Yes.
were, I imagine just a little flashback. As we were driving out of the city, Avignon, once we got past everybody, there was like a little swastika flag on the side of the car. And then we just see Rexelton grab the swastika, rip it off, and toss it onto the road.
It lands in like a muddy puddle.
Where it belongs. And coming back to here, yeah, Rex would be like, yeah, douse the lights. This might be our prey.
Oh, we still can't hear you, Clint.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Because I'm really smart and double
Oh.
muted myself in case I was extra loud. Yeah, so I'll douse the lights, just cut them off, and in fact, I'll go ahead and pop this baby in neutral and kill the engine also, so we just sort of coast up a little bit closer rather than
It
driving
seems
up
like
on
they're
it.
going to be stopping at frequent intervals to get this barbed wire out of the road. Perhaps we can try to meet ahead at an obstacle and lay an ambush so that we can take the vehicle and run, or do you think we should try to just wing it and get them now?
Is it just the truck with, are we able to spot, like, we see these two guys? Are there any more officers or Nazis?
So you were told that there were 4 of them. Two Hawks' connection that he made with the French resistance in Avignon was able to tell you that they had left in the early hours of morning and that there were 4 of them on board the truck. So seeing the 2 outside kind of trying to move this, you know that somewhere there's 2 more. Likely one of them is in the driver's seat.
Here's what I'm thinking, lads. It's one of 2 ways we could pull this. One is guns blazing. Nothing wrong with that. Or sneak into that bloody truck, grab what we're looking for, sneak back out, get in the car and drive away. Head back to Avignon.
Prefer the sneaky route. Fewer casualties, fewer voices.
I have a bit of experience or 2 regarding not getting caught. If anyone's good at being quiet wants to join me in that, you are certainly able to. But I'd recommend we all be on guard. Keep your pistols loaded, just in case things go sour.
Right. But only one of these options decreases the number of Germans in a country that needs a decrease in Germans.
Rexelton goes, I admire your warrior spirit, Clint. But sometimes the greater decrease is knowing you won the greater victory. We can win the battle, but we can secure the war. I'd say we get these bloody jewels quickly as we can. Because if we kill these buggers, that might involve one of us dying. Not a fan of that. And wouldn't it be better to imagine the looks on their faces when they have delivered all the way to the Führer himself an empty box? Meanwhile, we'll be enjoying sherry in Birmingham. How's the sound of that?
I've never been to Alabama.
You know, every day, Clint, you make me so happy that as a British man, that our good neighbors across the pond have done so well for themselves since the revolution. It's truly remarkable, the American spirit that you embody.
Thank you.
To quote your Prime Minister, Rex, the United States and Great Britain, 2 countries separated by a common language.
And Rexelton smiles and goes, well, I wouldn't know. I voted Labour. Anyway, gentlemen.
I speak them both.
Anyway, gentlemen, I'll be right back. Would anyone like to join me in the stealthing? Otherwise, I could do it myself. But
No, but I'll provide a distraction for you.
And
Ooh.
before you go, I will like light a little fire with some like dried herbs that I picked from, whatever nearby on the ground, and mark your forehead in ash. I'll bless you. You get 1 success on your next test.
Cool.
I imagine Rexelton strangely feels the power that you have given him, but doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that magic is real, so he just sort of nods.
And
All
then I'll
right.
kiss your cheek, and you can definitely really smell me.
Thanks, Luca.
Oh,
Two Hawks, you said you wanted to give a distraction? Can you make like a bird call or something?
I was thinking something a little more upfront, and I'm going to get out of the vehicle, just open the jacket up, pull a hat down, grab some kind of stick, and I'm going to walk towards it singing drunkenly.
Okay.
And so I'm going to stumble up. Frere Jacques, nor may you. Hello, mes amis. You seem to be, and I'm speaking French. You seem to be having some problems. Can Thomas be your assist helper?
The two of
And I'm
them.
gonna step. Go ahead.
Yeah, the two of them have rounded on you in surprise. Both of them kind of reaching down for the rifles that they carry with them.
Oh yes.
One of them kind of holding it down by his hip, and the other one actually bothering to bring it up to his shoulder. But the moment that you put on this ruse, they visibly relax, and they're kind of trying to just dismissively wave you off, saying, "You can be no help. You are falling down drunk. Go on, shoo."
I may be drunk, but I do not fall down. And I grab the side of the truck to keep from doing that.
As he's doing this, I'm sneaking up and trying to get in back.
Absolutely. Okay. Rex, let's roll this out then.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
I definitely
Okay.
hate cunning.
Yes, and I have stealth, which means I get it a success, and I got that blessing from Luca, which is another success.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you need any more rolls from me, or is it do those 2 successes cover it, or?
Oh no. Yeah, you're definitely
Okay,
gonna need.
I did. I definitely. I was. Yeah, this seems intense. Okay.
Yeah. So you have your dice
Like 2 Hawks
assembled.
rolls will add to your
Yeah,
total,
exactly.
too.
Yep.
Okay. So roll 2 dice instead.
So you have an automatic success from your stealth, but you're going to be rolling, and you don't have any items that are adding to you.
No. I just have.
Okay.
Just have some. No, nothing that would help with this. No.
Okay. So it is the cover of night. So I will say that you can have advantage, which will grant you an extra die.
Oh, sweet.
So that should be 2 dice to roll, and then you have the 2 successes from your stealth and from Luca's blessing.
Okay. Okay. That is, I got a success and a fail.
Okay. So you're sitting at 3 successes currently, and then 2 hawks. You're trying to provide this distraction. I think that's probably renown. This is definitely a performance. Although I could see a possibility for cunning
Knowledge?
as well because it's deception. Not so
Okay.
much knowledge. I think it's probably down
Oh.
between cunning and renown.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. I get 1 die. 'Cause I
Yeah.
don't
Do you have
anything
anything
to add.
that? Okay. So then, yeah, it's just a single die.
I don't have anything that adds to it yet. Oh yeah, that's a success.
Excellent. Cool. So that's a total of 4 successes. All right. So I was looking for 4 successes because Rex, you realize as you wait for the distraction of Two Hawks to slam against the side of the truck to cause the noise, you kind of scramble up into the back of this truck underneath the canvas tarp. And you climb up in there and you realize that there is a Nazi who is stretched out on top of some of these crates asleep. So though you are alone, as far as the only one conscious in the back of this truck, you are not entirely by yourself back here. And there's a number of these wooden crates that are kind of scattered everywhere. So
Shit.
what I need from you now is going to be I think this is a knowledge roll to determine which crate might contain this cuirass. I could take mysticism instead, if you want to make an argument for that.
No. They're both my worst stats, so we were looking for a
Okay.
Hail Mary here.
All right.
Baby. Oh! Yes! Yes! I got a 3 and my knowledge is a 3.
Again, by the skin of your teeth.
Oh.
However, Rex, you do indeed find the right crate. And luckily enough, it's not one of the ones that the Nazi is sleeping on top of. So you manage to kind of, pry this open quietly while you can hear Two Hawks continuing this ramble and the 2 German soldiers that are outside kind of yelling at him and trying to get him to stop. And you get this opened up and you're able to kind of pull out the hay that's been used as packing material to keep this safe. And you see whenever you open it what is unmistakably a piece of armor. It is a cuirass, and there is a massive hole over the breast of the breastplate, and it goes all the way through the armor. Your guess is that this is, in fact, the cuirass of Antoine Favreau.
Imagine Rexelton's eyes are just aglow. We have the shot of just the gleaming, the gold of the breastplate somehow reflecting in his eyes as he just slowly just pulls it out with just sort of kind of this awe and also extreme caution, trying not to wake up the Nazi, but he's just kind of in awe at this thing.
There's a moment where it kind of bumps against the side of the the thing you have to step over, the tailgate, I guess it would be called. And the Nazi kind of snorts and changes the position that he's laying in, but immediately falls quiet and still again.
Just gonna try to slip. Rexelton's just gonna try to slip away, and if he can, make himself somewhat visible to Two Hawks, so Two Hawks can see him out at the corner of his eye as he just books it over the dark hills, holding this massive fucking breastplate.
Yeah. In the front of the truck, Two Hawks, you've been keeping up this show, and these two Nazis are getting increasingly aggravated. One, because this tangle of barbed wire is causing them some great level of frustration, but also now they have this what they perceive to be a drunken individual that's haranguing them. So they're kind of trying to just get you to leave them alone, and they're growing more and more impatient. And then you see Rex kind of out of the corner of your eye, in a position that neither one of them could see, darting backwards to where the car is waiting.
As soon as I see him get into the dark, yeah, so him be that way then, guys. I'm gonna go home, and I'm going to push towards this tangle of barbed wire and clumsily climb over it, since they need to move it. They didn't want my help, and I'm going to stumble out into the dark and wait for these guys to show up someplace. But as soon as I'm out of sight, I'm going to turn back towards them. I'm reaching under my coat, and I am pulling out my pistol just in case things go south in a hurry. And I'm going to wait in the dark until the car catches up with me. And they don't know where I am.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the Mercedes, we have Agent Steele at the wheel. We have Humphrey and Luca. You're waiting there in the dark. Is there anything that you're doing or saying while this is transpiring elsewhere? You're muted, Baron. I don't hear you. Nope.
Is that better?
Yep.
Clint, all I'm saying is I'm just not really a car person. I've never been much for travel. I was never one much before. I just don't care.
Right.
I agree. The automobile is a little too out of touch with nature. Give me a nice horse-drawn caravan any day, or a good boat out on the
Absolutely
canal
not.
that you
Absolutely
just
not.
push
I'm gonna stop
down.
you. I'm gonna stop you there. No, it's not about the means of travel. It's just I don't care about the branding of it all. We're driving. I'm not getting back in a boat. Refuse.
Clint, you seem like a car guy.
Nope. 100% human.
Luca, you laugh and he continues to do it. You're enabling him.
He's a funny man.
I used to do stand-up before I got into action films.
Is that big where you're from? Idaho?
Action films?
perhaps?
Lie down in the films now?
No, I act in them and do stunts. Well, come to think of it, there was one scene where I laid down. If you know what I mean.
I think that's when Rex comes running out of the dark.
Like out of breath, just like, open the door, open the fucking door.
I think it's like
It's a convertible.
topless.
Yeah.
There's no, there's
Convertible.
like,
Just hop in.
You guys accidentally opened the roof.
I just look at you and you're like, open the door. I'm like,
Hop in.
tops down.
Open the door. And I dive in and
Hey,
Well done.
where did two Hawks go?
I don't know. I was busy trying to get the bloody hell away with this. I hold it up. Gentlemen, I have finally lived up to the time-honored tradition of British ancestry, and where I took something of ancient valued property that was not mine for myself.
Fantastic. Now you need to make money from charging other people to see it.
At the very least, we'll make sure the Jerry's won't. He looks at it, then he holds it up to you, Luca. Do your thing.
So, Jeremy, basically what I'm thinking is this is the Kuros of Antoine who?
Antoine Favreau.
So I am hoping that I can talk to Antoine Favreau and ask him about the pearls. And I am going to use my action point or my pulp point. And that allows me to speak freely with them instead of just asking them one question.
Okay. So, here's how this is going to work. As the Cuirass is kind of handed over to you, Luca, you are just kind of instinctually drawn to reaching inside the other side of the upper part of this cuirass that is not, obliterated. And you find a folded piece of paper stained with blood that is lodged inside the interior padding of this cuirass.
I will hand the paper over to him. Oh shoot, he's not here. To Henry.
Humphrey.
Humphrey. Sorry. Humphrey.
I can ascertain its value.
It's a folded piece of paper with blood on it.
I'm gonna open it and read it.
Okay. Does
Luca
Humphrey
knows enough about these kind of cursed items that he's not going to be the one who reads the bloodstained note?
And your face melts.
does Humphrey read French by any chance?
He does. I mean, I would say so. Yes.
Sure. I mean, that sounds reasonable.
He's a worldly man.
He seems knowledgeable, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay. So you unfold this piece of paper, and as we hear Humphrey begin to read this, it slowly starts in his voice before slowly fading into a voice that we can only assume is not the right button, is that of Antoine himself.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And it reads, Waterloo, Belgium, the 15th of June, 1815. My love, I fought in my first battle today. Without doubt, my training, though brief, has saved my life. The Prussians fight to defend their outposts with a fierceness that I did not expect. But we have triumphed and pushed them back across the River Somme. The Emperor's old guard fought fiercer still, like devils. Though they are advanced in their age, I see now why many of the men refer to them as the Immortals. It seems they have no fear at all. Some say that it is because they were given the blessing of Saint Peter by Napoleon when they passed through the village of Benon. Perhaps I too shall earn such a blessing. I already miss home, and even the cows. But I miss you most of all, and eagerly await my return home so that we can finally marry. Please, give my love to Mother, Father, and young Francois. Yours truly, Antoine. We finish hearing this read. But Luca, during this entire letter, as you were hearing this man's voice, you found yourself transported. You find yourself standing in a field tent. A young man in his early 20s has just finished pinning a letter on a piece of paper, though not yet bloodied or folded. He then moves to a small bench where he sits down and begins to sharpen his saber with the straw and sticks that he picks up off of the ground, just running them along his blade. He pauses and lights a pipe, takes a few puffs before he looks up and realizes that you're standing in this tent with him. Where did you come from?
I will like bow and say, "Pardon me, monsieur. I am let's see, is he does it look like he has any religious symbols on him? Like, would he be Catholic?"
Yes. I mean, I don't know if they would carry... I mean, yeah, he probably has a necklace or something. If
Yeah,
not, there's like a simple wooden cross like hung up somewhere inside the tent, I imagine.
yeah, sure. Okay,
Oh, you know the
so
saying, there's no such thing as an atheist on the battlefield.
yeah,
Too true.
exactly. So I'll tell him that, like I'm a preacher coming by to just comfort the troops, and I've heard that he's had great success on the battlefield, and just wanted to come and see if he needs and give him, positive blessings from the Lord.
He kind of seems perturbed by how in the world you ended up inside his tent without him seeing you. And you can tell that him looking you over, that your manner of dress is really strange to him. But he ultimately just chalks it up to, it's probably not the strangest thing that he's seen in the last several days. And he nods and says, "I would take your benediction if you are willing to give it. I've only seen the one battle. I could not really say that it was a success, but I suppose any battle that I am able to walk away from is a success."
Yes, of course. Let us pray, and I'll lead him through a little prayer, and then just hopefully trying to warm him up to me a little bit, and then ask him, "Is there anything on your mind that you would like to confess before the next battle?"
He kind of glances over to where he just wrote this letter. Perhaps I have been a bit envious. I see the way that the old guard fight and know that they have had the blessing of the Emperor Napoleon himself, but I hope to one day gain his attention, and perhaps that is envious of me.
Yes, and does this envy have any physical manifestation? Are you envious of anything in particular besides their power and prestige?
It is whispered by some that He shakes his head. It is too ridiculous. Excuse me, father.
No, child, nothing's ridiculous. By the ears of God, we're here to listen to all of your confession.
Very well. I was told that the reason why the old guard are so hard to kill is because they received a pearl of Saint Peter from Napoleon. Some kind of pearl that they supposedly are able to swallow, and when this is done, they become, well, immortal.
You can only reach immortality through accepting Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. We all know that.
Of course. Forgive me, please.
Of course, it's just nerves from the battle. Think nothing of it. Well, you have definitely earned the blessings of the Lord, and I wish you Godspeed in your next endeavor.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you. And I guess let's fade back
Yeah.
to the car.
And yeah, Luca kind of zones out from everybody else's point of view for a moment. And then at some point, he seems to kind of snap to again.
And I will let them know what I learned from Antoine. The pearls are swallowed by the old guard and make them apparently immortal.
And he specifically mentioned a village by name in his letter, the village of Banon, which those of you who are familiar with this region know is a smaller, much smaller village than Avignon, but is to the east and north of where you currently are.
And what did he mention about it in the letter again?
He said that apparently that is where Napoleon imparted the blessing of Saint Peter on the members of his old guard.
Okay.
Well, what did it look like when Luca was doing all this? Was his like eyes rolled in the back of his head or something?
Yeah, like I thoroughly studied the breastplate with basically not looking at it, just with my fingers. And then, yeah, you can see me kind of just look up and my eyes roll into the back of my head while I am conversing with the dead. You see, got goosebumps and the hair standing up on my arms and everything like that.
Well, that's quite a story, Mr. Luca.
Yes, even though you're very well traveled, perhaps you haven't seen quite everything.
Rexelton like looks towards the rest of you guys and goes, "Well, we're going off a hunch from a dead man who's been dead for over 100 years." And he shrugs. We've gone off of worse information.
We've got to pick up Two Hawks. He is the person who would know about that town. If there's anyone who knows about Napoleon's parting of St. Peter's blessing, it's got to be Two Hawks.
All right. Well, then let's find our dear friend, and let's get out of here. Then we can worry about the afterlife.
I think there's one of those, irising wipes as, it like pans inward and then comes back out with them picking Two Hawks up on the side of the, perfectly pitch black, road, and continuing on far into the next day. And the next day, it is a journey from Avignon to Benon of about 95 kilometers, so it's about 60 miles. And as you approach, you see that the fields of lavender that surround the village of Benon have begun to wilt. The yield has gone unharvested again this year. And up on the hill nearby, you can see the village of Benon itself. And you know that somewhere up there is quite possibly what you're looking for.
Imagine we've given Two Hawks the debrief as we've made our way through.
Yes. Two Hawks, what do you make of this? Where in this town would Napoleon have specifically imparted the blessing?
If in all the other mentions of the old guard and Napoleon's relationship are accurate, and remember, we're reading the words of somebody that lived 100 years before us, so as accurate as I can get. The main, the place that I would think would apply the best would be the old church in town. And I can't even remember what that part of it is called, up near the altar, to receive the pearl, like getting sacrament.
That would make sense. They did. Antoine did say they swallowed it.
Two Hawks, if you would.
Sure.
Let's get a roll from you.
Surely.
This will be knowledge.
Okay, at least it's a good one.
And do you have anything feature-wise or item-wise that might help you in recalling some of this
historian, +1
specific
success
information?
on recalling historical facts.
Perfect.
Nice.
Absolutely. Okay. So then you can roll your die and you'll add that success to it.
For knowledge, right? Yep.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I rolled a 2 on an 8, so we're good.
Two
That's
successes.
1, 2
Fantastic.
successes.
Okay. So you realize that there is certainly a church that is in Benon, but also that there was a cathedral at some point that was a part of a medieval castle that once stood here in Benon, but was razed during the French Revolution. And it's just outside of the city proper, the village proper.
The cathedral, then, surely.
Well, then let's not wait. God knows the Jerrys aren't. Likely they've probably figured out they're missing a breastplate or two. Let's head over.
Wait, did you take more than one?
And Rexelton just goes,
Right.
wouldn't you like to know?
Yes.
And he says, "Ask me after we're finished with this business, then." And we head in.
So yeah, we're rolling up to the site of the old cathedral. Is it like true ruins or like what is it?
Yeah, so like during the French Revolution, this place was purposefully like razed to the ground as a symbol of, the old the old way of doing things. It was, I don't know how much of it would still be standing, but at the surface at least. But you'd easily be able to find what was left of walls.
Yeah, so we're basically looking for any clues specifically near the altar where they would have received sacrament.
Yeah, so you roll up in the car, kind of where you can see these ruins, and you see a German Jeep that is parked outside of the ruins, and you see a woman emerge from the like a staircase, like an opening to a staircase in the ground. She kind of comes up the stairs and out of the ruins, and you see that this woman, the Nazi leader, emerges grinning despite being covered in dust. She shows what looks to be a pearl to those of her men who stand nearby before proclaiming in German, "We have found them. Get back to digging." What would you like to do?
I'd like to shoot the pearl out of her hand.
Go for it.
Okay. That is going to be a hell of a shot. All right. I think... Yeah, I think this is a 5 dice situation. Anybody want to help
5 dice.
Agent Steel somehow?
I'm just gonna go ahead and take 5 stress, and I'm going to use my marksman ability to automatically succeed the test.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
All right. So tell me what that stress looks like, and then how you successfully land your shot.
So, at the moment we saw the drop, right? And so he gets his pistol out, lines up the shot, and then there's this moment of her facial features sort of looking like some of the leading ladies that he's worked with, and he starts to like beat up this sweat on his forehead, and you can hear her talking, but these words coming out, they start sounding like lines from a movie. And I was supposed to say something back, but I can't remember what it is. And the director's yelling, and I was supposed to say something. There are words that come out of my mouth hole, but I don't remember what they are. And she's gonna get so angry again. There's a whole lot of like shake, 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 and then finally when she sort of like snaps at them in German, that's enough to break him back out of it. And he's gonna take the shot, but he's gotten so close up on the pistol to try and, control everything that he's just gonna drive it. I mean, he's gonna have that nice little stamp right in his forehead from the.
Ow.
Yeah, not comfortable.
Nice.
All right. So this shot rings out, and it's an impressive shot, to say the least. I would say he's probably easily 30 yards or so and manages to knock this target that is no bigger than the bullet that he just shot out of this woman's hand. And she kind of looks down and then looks in the direction where the gunshot has come from, and she just raises a hand and points. She says, "Get them!"
You're not dying on my watch.
Strangely, Rexelton is endeared by Clint at this point. And he says, "Is that a American spirit?" And he'll shout in German at the lady, "You've taken far enough from this country already." And he's going to go, he says, "Boys, let's get ourselves some pearls." And he's going to go run for that pearl and try to snatch it up.
Okay. So I think this is going to be some kind of speed. I think this is still maybe going to be a grit. Fighting, swimming, climbing, jumping, lifting objects. Yeah, I think this is going to be, because I mean, you're just literally making like a mad dash towards this. Yeah, and I mean, she's going to be trying to go for it as well. So let's do this as we'll roll up and see who gets the more successes. Let's do it that way.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
One.
If I can, I'd like to use my pistol, and as she's reaching towards the pistol, towards the pearl on the ground, I'd like to whip out my pistol and fire at it, just so that it spirals up off the ground and away from her grasp.
Okay, absolutely.
And sweet.
And likewise, she is going to try to employ that sword that she's wielding, to try to, like, you know, swipe it towards you to keep you from getting anywhere near the pearl. All right. Roll it up.
2 additional die from this. Okay. I got 2 successes out of 3.
She got all 3 successes.
Oh, crap.
So you're shooting at this this pearl while it's sitting on the ground, trying to make it kind of kick up and spin in the air. And you do so, but she swipes at you, and it's so close that you have to, like, lean backwards to avoid it actually, like, you know, shaving you. And as you kind of have to lean back, it throws you off balance enough that you're kind of having to recover your footing. And while you're doing so, she actually, like, reaches out her second hand and catches it in her gauntlet. And she says, and then she kind of, like, turns and draws this saber directly in your direction. She said, "You are going to die a very painful death."
Oh, haven't you heard, young lady? This is the 20th century. We don't use blades anymore. And then he'll just whip out his gun at her. And then that's my turn,
All right.
I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Anyone else?
You said there was like other SS soldiers in here?
Yeah, so these are members of the Torwächter. They are definitely kind of what is the term I'm looking for? A cult, hunting goons. They seem to be wielding shotguns, but there are definitely a few of them around.
I would like to try and, like, apprehend one from the side. Like, just knocking him out if I can.
Possibly. Okay. What are you using to try to knock him out with? Just a...
Well, my brief stint on a sailing vessel had me get quite good at fisticuffs. I
Excellent.
have
Okay.
the pugilist skill.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm going to use my point, and I think I can knock him out. I can do 2 stress on a successful hit.
Okay. All right. So, let's go ahead and get a roll. It sounds like probably grit. Yeah, fighting.
2 over 5.
Okay. And you said you have pugilist, which gives you
2 stress on a successful hit. Yeah, 2 additional stress on a successful.
Excellent. All right. So you have done 3 stress then.
Correct.
I'm reading that right. Okay. So you punch this Nazi's jaw, and you're pretty sure that you hear a few teeth break in his mouth, and he stumbles backwards against part of the stone runes, but he's definitely still on his feet.
Yeah.
Was anyone in their vehicle?
No.
Yeah, I'm going to go and hopefully the keys are in it and like put it in drive if I can.
Okay. Is there a goal in mind, or?
I want to basically have them scramble to chase the
Okay.
car, maybe even point it towards them.
Okay, I'll let you choose. Do you want it to try to be a form of attack, or do you want it to be more of a diversion?
Yeah, I want it to go right towards them.
Towards them. Okay. So we'll do that as probably grit. I could see a grit or cunning. It could also be outwitting.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take some like finagling and maneuvering to like get the steering wheel to go in the direction I want it to like make sure that the gas pedal's depressed. So I think it's cunning.
Sure.
I'll go with cunning.
Absolutely.
That is a miss. And I don't really have anything to help me. I don't think. Yeah, no.
Okay. So you get this truck started, and kind of depress the gas pedal. You put something heavy on it, and okay, and you kind of turn it in their direction, and you realize kind of the object that you just absent-mindedly grabbed to use to weigh down the accelerator. You realize as it kind of rolls out of your vision that it is a German grenade. And you realize that as you kind of like let it go, that you see the pin fall out of it. So this Jeep kind of rolls forward, and before it gets halfway across the distance between you and where you were trying to aim it, the whole thing just goes up in this massive ball of fire.
Meant to do that.
Let's do this. Everybody takes a point of stress from this explosion.
Nice. I like that. It's fair.
Yeah, it kind of detonates almost like right in the middle of this skirmish. It's breaking out, and all of you at least are peppered with flakes of stone and dirt. Not to mention just the concussive force and the noise and the fire. Okay. What is Two Hawks up to?
As soon as that grenade bomb cover car explodes, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to take. I'm just picking targets at random, so the first two Germans closest to me are going to get shot at any rate.
Okay. Excellent. So it's going to be grit, I think.
Uh-huh.
And do you have anything that adds to your successes?
Gain 2 additional dice when attacking.
Oh,
with
perfect.
Pistol.
Yep. So that'll give you 3 dice to roll against your grit.
3 dice to roll.
Yep.
I don't think anything else works. Three successes.
Nice. Okay. So that's 3 successes to 2 of them. Is that how that works? Or do you roll a second attack?
I don't know. I would imagine I'd roll a second attack and take some kind of
we'll do
recoil disadvantage.
For what?
So I'm not going to be able to hit with this one because I can only roll 3 dice. I'm going to spend my pulp point.
Okay.
At this point, which I haven't done yet. So, what is it? Roll 3 dice anyway.
Yeah, 1 normal and then 2 for the pistol.
Yep. All right, and I only got 2 successes out of that.
Okay.
And then what's the here? What's the pulp?
You
point
normally
do
use it
there?
to activate the second tier of a
feature.
feature.
But it didn't sound like there was a feature on this one. Because you were just using your pistol.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Nope. No feature on this one.
Okay. Yep. So you can keep your pulp point. You can hold on to that.
Okay.
Because I don't think it would apply anything in this situation. Okay. Cool. So you do manage to hit 2 of these Torwächter soldiers, and one of them was one of the ones that Humphrey already punched, and he's looking worse for wear, but he is definitely still in this fight. The other one you just kind of winged a second one.
Okay.
All right. That was all of you. Okay. The 3 Torwächter goons are going to round on several of you. The one that Humphrey has clocked in the face is going to round on Humphrey with a shotgun. 1, 2, 3. He's rolling under his grit. Okay. Then he gets 1 auto success. That's 2 plus his auto, so that's 3 successes. So 3 stress coming at you, Humphrey. Okay. He has fired 1 shot from, I guess it's a double barrel shotgun is what it looks like. Got 2 shots in it, so, but he can't shoot twice in 1 round, I don't think. Oh, actually he can. He's trained as a bruiser, which allows him to attack twice. So he is going to attack you a second time. Okay, 1, 2. That is 3 successes that time, plus his 4th for his auto success. So that's 4 more stress, Humphrey. This guy catches you really, really close with that shotgun. Okay. The next one is going after Steel. So Steel, he's gonna level his shotgun at you.
Bless you.
Yeah, bless you.
Ooh,
Ooh.
finally.
Bless you some more.
Good, I'll
Holy
take all I
hell.
can get.
Good lord. So the first shot from this guy, Steel, his grit's a 7. He rolled an 11, a 10, and a 12 on his dice. So Steel's
Kind of a brat.
yeah, right. He realizes he's too far away, so he steps a little bit closer and fires that second shot, also being trained. But that's only 2 successes, and then the 1 auto success that he has. So 3 successes coming at you. That's both of his shots. So their shotguns are now empty. The third is going to go after 2 hawks. Same kind of thing. He's going to empty both of his barrels. It's only 2 successes, even with his auto. So 2 stress coming to 2 hawks, and then he is going to fire his second shot. See if he can do any better. That's 3 successes that time with his auto success. So that's 3 stress. 2 stress on the first one, 3 on the second. All right. So that is all of the goons who have now gone. They've now shot both barrels of their shotguns and are going to have to reload before they can reuse those again. Now, as far as the Scharführer, the leader, she's got that sword out, and she has squared up with Rex. As she squares off with you, Rex, and you kind of like draw your gun in her direction, and she points this saber at you, she mutters a curse in German, but this is not a typical curse that you've heard before. This definitely has kind of an old world feel to it. And she is using a profile feature called Curse to concentrate on one target. So as long as she continues to concentrate on you, Jackson, she is going to deal 1... Uh-oh. She really did curse him. She cursed him the fuck out of the game. Wow.
Bye.
So, oh wait, no, he's back.
Oh my god! Right as she was attacking me.
Yeah, she literally is like, she's cursing you.
Yeah, she Thanos snaps me. I'm gone.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as she concentrates on you, you're gonna take 1 stress per round from her.
Ouch.
As
rude.
you kind of feel your skin like kind of starting to crawl, as the way she looks at you is, I mean, there's something bestial in her gaze.
Well, of course,
she is going to,
she's a Nazi.
She's then going to lunge forward and try to strike at you. So her sword is... Oh, wait. I guess, is the curse... That's an action, I guess, right, Philip?
Yeah, it's an action.
Okay,
But
then yeah, she won't
might
be
have
attacking
more
this
than
round.
one action. She seems like a badass bitch. I don't know.
Well, she's definitely a bad bitch.
Yeah,
It's true.
yeah, fuck it. Let's go for it. All right, so she's got the sword and then her normal attacking die. Okay. So then as she sees that her curse is kind of like taken hold, she then kind of lunges at you with this saber in a vicious attack. Or a Vichy attack. Well, no. Yeah.
Take a point of stress yourself,
ooh.
Jeremy.
Oh, I think the stress is all y'all's. So that is 2 successes, so 2 stress coming your way.
Okay, so that's a total of 3.
Nope, just 2 from her. She doesn't get an
Oh,
auto
okay.
success from her sword.
Oh, what about the stress that I got from her spell?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, that as well. So it would be a total
cool.
of 3. Indeed.
That hurts. Ouch.
All right. So that is all of the baddies. And now it is time for the heroes.
All right. So Rexelton's like getting attacked by this sword wielding maniac, right? I wanna Indiana Jones this thing. So we're in like around the ruins of a fallen church, correct?
Yes. So like there's kind of a larger castle complex, and this chapel seems like it was part of it.
Okay. So there's like just like random like bits of ruin, fallen, like broken,
Sure.
like walls and like shit, like pillars and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
I want to okay, this might be a little crazy, but this is TreasureQuest and it's pulpy as hell. So what I want to do is like, knowing that she's wielding this like big ass sword, I want to like maneuver to where I'm trying to avoid, but what I'm doing is I'm getting her to swipe at bits and pieces of the ruin around me until like I'll even like lean in to take a hit if it can like stab into a ruin and dislodge it enough so I could push it on top of her.
Okay.
And I'd like to
sure.
do that with a deception check.
Certainly. Okay. So this definitely sounds like cunning or knowledge.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'd like to use cunning, and I'd like to get deception on this. And
100%.
I'm gonna spend a pulp point on this to automatically succeed the test.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Yeah, so she comes at you vigorously with this sword, stabbing and lunging and swiping, definitely angry that you're here to thwart this plan, and you're taking full advantage of her kind of red mist, if you will, that's over her gaze, and are able to kind of work her into a more or less a kind of booby trap.
Mm-hmm. And maybe like, I imagine it's like she'll stab like cutting into my side, but like I'll pin up against like a broken pillar, and then I'll hit it and try to like dislodge it so it falls on top of her.
Excellent. Okay. So as this kind of piece kind of rumbles free, this collapses downward. Let's see here. What was your total successes?
Oh, I did automatically succeed the test by spending the pulp point.
Right. Okay.
I think, I haven't thought about that particular case yet, but I would say like
I could roll if you
should
want.
That, or I mean, I think taking 5 is probably appropriate because you take 5 stress, you should be able to deliver 5 stress for that like automatic success. You know?
Okay. Yeah. If you turn it into an attack. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'm willing to take the 5 to get that. I want to freaking squash her.
So yeah, it collapses down and okay.
First
and
rule
she,
offense. Oh, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like she kind of like turns to the side whenever her sword kind of gets knocked out of her hand, and it causes this piece to fall down kind of on her back, kind of like right on her shoulder, where she wields this sword. So she stumbles, kind of screaming, kind of drops to her hands and knees, and then quickly kind of like scrambles over to her discarded blade. And when she kind of picks it up and falls back into a fighting position, you see her wince. It's very clear that she's having to favor that shoulder now.
First rule of fencing, dear. Mind the surroundings. Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's else? Who's
Um,
next? Yeah.
While that's going on, I'm putting my pistol down, bringing up the little walking stick that I carry and knock both ends of it off. And I'm going to yell at our attacking lady. Nona Yuia, you face a white shaman as well, and I'm gonna blow a dart at her.
Okay. So this sounds
And by the way,
like
the word Nona Yuia is Cherokee for witch.
okay. Excellent.
Yes, I did a
So
little research. Little.
this this sounds like it could be grit. It could even possibly be cunning because you're talking about it having been like a hidden blowgun.
And we never did decide the points on that one, so I'll let you and Phillip argue that out.
As far as like what it would do mechanically,
Yes,
so
that's the
if
part
a-
I'm talking about.
yeah, if a pistol adds 2 attack dice, maybe a blowgun could add a single attack die. Does that
Okay.
seem reasonable? Okay.
Goes to me.
And you mentioned before that it wasn't typical for 2 hawks to do so, but does this dart have anything on it?
Yes, it does. It got a barbiturate in it,
Okay.
which means it's not going to knock her out, but it will sure as heck slow her the hell down.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going. If I hit her, it's going to be a direct bloodstream injection of a strong barbiturate.
Right. It's like morphine or something.
Phenobarbital.
Or is it something more natural?
Morphine is an opiate. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Very well. Okay. So yeah, you're gonna roll 1, and then a second one because you got the blowgun.
And it's on grit. Oh, both of them are successes.
Excellent. Okay. So that's 2 more stress. It stacks on her. She's currently at 8, but she is still in this. But yeah, she's beginning to kind of stagger around after a moment after this dart kind of hits. She kind of reaches up and pulls it free, and you can see the dawning realization that that it had some form of narcotic on it. She definitely curses at you in German. All right. We still have Steele, Humphrey, and Luca, I think, who have not gone yet this round.
Go ahead, Luca. I know you had something lined up.
Yeah, Luca is going to counter curse this witch. So he's not going to
Ooh,
let
cool.
his dear friend Rex take the full brunt of that curse. I'll go ahead and take 5 stress for a pulp point to target her and deliver 3 stress per round as long as I'm concentrating on her. But that attack is going to be
Ooh.
like bolstered by my holy symbol necklace.
Absolutely. Okay. Okay. So you're rolling mysticism, I would assume?
Yes,
And you said you're using an item to bring a second die.
that's right. As I'm like just muttering my counter curses.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. 2 successes there.
Okay. So
2
let's
successes
see.
and then 3 stress from the curse.
All right. So that's a
So
total of
five.
5 stresses then.
Yeah.
Goodness. Okay, she's like staggering around as you see, similar to what you're feeling yourself, Rex. You notice this woman, this leader, has a similar expression, like it's one that you can identify with, as you notice the pain kind of rack through her body well after the bit of rune kind of fell on her. You can see whatever it is that Luca has done is certainly taking its toll on her.
Rexelton coughs up some blood and goes, "Why so sour, Kraut?"
Get out.
Oh, when I do it, it's fucked. Okay.
I shoot Rex.
In the French countryside, you just hear the crickets.
Yeah.
just one old
That does
lady-
psychic damage to her.
one old lady in a barn somewhere. Boo. Boo.
Sacre bleu.
All right. No, sucky boo. So that guard earlier, the German, it looked like he had an MP40 on him. All right, the little machine gun. Is there a chance that there happens to be one of these in the officer's car that we've been driving for the last like day?
Certainly.
All right. So, being the gentleman that Clint still is, he's not gonna shoot this woman yet. But I will shoot the surrounding Nazis. That's all they're good for, is being shot.
Sure.
So I'm gonna reach back there, grab this this MP40, and I'm going to shoot one of the Nazis, and I'm gonna shoot another Nazi using trained.
Wow. Okay. And with a machine gun, no less.
Right. Right.
All right.
So
grit, I think.
yes, sir. That's what I'm looking for.
And then it gives you, what is it,
Plus
3
3
extra
dice.
dice? Yeah.
Yep.
So you'll roll 4 dice.
4. So it's gonna be 3 successes. So
They count for double.
10. So 6 total.
So 6 total on the first one.
And I'll try to go for the guy that's already wounded.
Okay, on this first one, you're going to go for the one that's the most wounded?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, he goes down.
All right. Just that sort of like da, 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 and he does the like stagger back, stagger back, stagger back, stagger back, and just like slides down one of the ruined walls there.
Gives a Wilhelm scream.
Right. Yeah. And then I'll turn the machine gun on the next guy, and I look him dead in his eyes, and I go, "Heil this," and it's 3 successes, 4, so it's gonna be 8 successes for him.
Holy shit! All right.
Just da, 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 da.
Okay. That's 2 of them down. Okay. Yeah, the third one, you can see, kind of just puts his hands up, realizing that his squad is basically dead at this point. 2 of them are literally dead, and then his leader is pretty damn close. He sees the writing on the wall, and he's puts his hands up. His shotgun is empty. He just kind of tosses it down in the mud, and kind of just shows a sign of no aggression. The Scharführer, however, is going to continue with her attack. Though as weakened as she is, you can see again this fury that burns in her face and her gaze. She is going to charge at Rex with her saber drawn still. She is going to swing at you. She is going to be at disadvantage. So she'll remove a die, but she does still have the curse going on.
I might go down, gents.
Okay, let's see. That's one success. But she gets the other one from the curse. So that is 2 stress to Rex.
I'm down.
Okay. So she continues to mutter these kind of strange phrases in German as she grits her teeth, blood kind of oozing from between them, and you can see this wild, panicked look in her eyes as she's realized she's being beaten not only physically but also spiritually with whatever it is that Luca has done to her. So she throws all wild abandon to the wind and just charges in, and she drives this sword into Rex's abdomen.
Was that a feeling to be a woman? Cheers, lads. Leave the rest to you.
I told you would die. She kind of like spits this bloody, down at Rex's body before kind of staggering to turn and face Luca, kind of weakly holding this sword blade up in his direction next.
And there's just like dark circles under Luca's bloodshot eyes as he looks up at her ready. She's gonna take this bitch out.
All right, Luca, what you doing?
Well, I have my curse still going on her, concentrating, so I'm just going to pray even harder over my holy symbol.
And it does 3.
3, yeah.
Okay. What does it look like?
Ooh, and that is 2 more successes with my mysticism
Okay.
and holy symbol.
So
5 stress again.
Yeah, so you're going to, you can describe what it looks like as you take her down, and you gain 2 points of stress back.
Nice. Why don't you describe it, Jeremy?
Okay, so she has just run Rex through, and she has turned and rounded on Luca. Luca doubles down on his tenacity, kind of glaring back at this crazed Nazi, and she charges half a step towards Luca before completely seizing up, and her body begins to kind of tremble and convulse. She opens her hand and drops the sword with a clatter onto the overgrown stone floor of this once standing cathedral. Then she drops to her knees, and we can see blood is pouring out of the corners of her eyes, her nose, and her mouth, even her ears. She is dying a very painful death. Was there something you wanted to add, Steve?
No, just I was playing with the camera was all, but
Oh yeah, sure.
As far as that part of it goes, it's not too painful for her. She's doped to the eyeballs. She's dying, but it's relatively painless.
And she then falls forward onto her face. So,
excellent. Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was badass.
Oh, dude. Absolutely. The fight is over. You have a prisoner of war. You're easily able to find your way into the substructure beneath this cathedral and find where this Torwächter has been digging, and you're able to uncover all 12 of the Perles of Saint Pierre. And that is where
Are
we're
we
going
able to
end.
stabilize Rex at all?
Yeah, I think so. It happens.
Because those abdomen shots, they're always like the long
Do they-
lead out.
Are we?
but
Do we
this-
do a Last Crusade where they put the pearl in my mouth?
Oh, do you? Maybe. Maybe you
It's our
do.
only. Listen, Chance, it's the only way we can save him. Doesn't
But
he
we could
deserve?
also take a shortcut. Just put it right in his stomach.
Oh,
I don't think that's how
Jesus.
it works.
No. That's where your mouth's connected to your stomach.
Yeah, but
Just
you just
straight in the gut.
you gotta chew it.
I don't know.
Awesome.
If that's true.
So, do you give him a
Wake up
pearl
with-
then?
Yeah, we'll definitely. I'm just putting in his mouth, and while he's unconscious, I start.
That's fair. Okay. So yeah, it's Rex. You swallow, involuntarily, I guess, this pearl. And there's a moment where you're ascending. It feels like you're being lifted, and there's this brilliant shaft of very bright light. And just about the time that you are able to really see anything, distinguish anything above you, you think you see the shape of a gate kind of looming out of the light. And it's brilliant, and it's sparkle, and it's luminescence. It's just radiant. And then just about that time, you feel this kind of yank downwards, like this extreme, almost like a G-force, since you're used to flying. And all of a sudden, you find yourself on the ground in this ruined chapel, surrounded by your companions in the hellhole that is World War II France.
And I imagine he'll look at,
You are welcome, my friend.
he'll just stare at Luca. You see in his eyes that he's a believer now. And then he just goes, he looks over at the fallen body of the woman, and he just goes, "Well, I know where she's not going."
Jerusalem.
Yep. And then I vomit blood.
Incredible. So yeah, that's all I've got planned. Thank you all so much. I know this game ran long, and I know that we started it really, really late, and it's been incredibly painful for especially those of you in the
Barrett's
Eastern
dying.
time zone. Yeah, I can see it. So many apologies. I am going to go ahead and reread that note. I know we don't need anything else that's going to go on any longer, but I think it is an important message, and I do want to get it out there. So, if you will bear with me for just a moment longer, and then we will call it a night. I apologize to the players because they already heard this at the beginning of the session, but all the same, here we go. So, between the years of 1941 and 1945, the Nazi Party and its collaborators systematically murdered some 6 million Jews across German-occupied Europe. This was around 2/3 of the European Jewish population. That's more than the total death worldwide from the COVID-19 pandemic thus far. Purposefully murdered. The Holocaust was an unmistakable genocide. And here we are now, some 80 years later, after having fought one of the bloodiest wars in history against the Nazis and their allies. 80 years. Yet, there are still some sympathizers here in America holding a torch for this vile group of fascists and their ideals. Some would even go so far as to try to convince the world that the Holocaust never happened, that the entire thing was constructed as some form of propaganda, despite the stories from those who were fortunate enough to survive the concentration camps, and despite the stories from the soldiers who fought that bloody war. 80 years. This game has been planned for some time now, and as I finalized my prep work for it, my wife informed me that yesterday was Holocaust Remembrance Day. In light of this, and in light of the current political climate in my country, I felt it was necessary to speak up and to forewarn. This game portrayed Nazis, and while I roleplayed several of them throughout its course, I want to be perfectly clear. I in no way condone their beliefs nor their behaviors. Personally, I find these things absolutely deplorable. And this game is not meant in any fashion to have glorified or heightened the Nazi Party or their actions. Their presence was meant to fulfill the role of the antagonists for our heroes, pure and simple. My heartfelt thoughts are with the millions who lost their lives in that terrible conflict, and especially so for those who were so unjustly persecuted by the Holocaust. May the truths of those horrific events never be forgotten, so that they can never be repeated. So, with that said, not to end on too somber of a note, thank you very much for tuning in for this game, whether you watched live with us at some point or that you're watching in the future. It is deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you so much for my 5 fantastic players for sticking it through this very lengthy game, this very late game. It was fantastic, and I applaud all of you for again, just taking the pulp and running with it, absolutely embracing it. So thank you. Thank you again to Phillip for putting this playtest material together and for giving us access to it. Again, man, the changes that you have made to the system are I mean, it was already really fun, but I think you've really honed in on the spirit of this game and the system, and I'm eager to see what the next iterations are going to be and where the final product ends up. I'm super excited to see that. I love pulp action, like I said at the beginning, so this is definitely my cup of tea. Yeah, I don't think I can think of anything else to say. So once again, congratulations, Phillip, on becoming a dad. Once again, congratulations, Steve, on retirement. What an incredible accomplishment, both of you. And yeah, I don't know that I have any right to be, but I'm proud of both of you. So,
I think.
Oh, you're breaking up real bad. Try again.
That I think his wife worked much harder on it than he did.
That's fair. That's fair. Very fair. And congratulations to her. I would do so in person, but she's not playing in this game. But please pass on the congratulations and the pride.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, and love those boys. All right. I think that's all we've got. Thank you all so very much. It was a blast. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.